Hello, this is Christy Harpst. I am the program manager for the Charlotte Historic District Commission. And this is just an announcement that, it's about 12:35. We are going to get started around 12:40 today. So just stay tuned if you tune in and we'll be right back. Thank you. Hey, hello and welcome back. This is the December 10th Historic District Commission meeting. We are in the workshop portion of the meeting. And as staff, I'm Christy Harpst, the program manager. We have two workshop items. One is we are welcoming a new applicant from Plaza Midwood to come and talk with the commission. And number two is what I will start with is every year, all the boards and commissions of the city are required to do an annual report in this specific format. And the commission is required to, vote to approve the report so that we can send this on to city council. And city council reviews all annual reports of boards and commissions at their January 2026 retreat. And again, this is a standardized template that all boards follow. So it includes the names of all the commission members and their terms and what their dais seat is. I sent this out to the commission about a week ago to review. It includes the goals and objectives of the commission, which, this stays the same from year to year about we are charged with maintaining certified local government status for the city of Charlotte, identifying, protecting the character of Charlotte's historic neighborhoods that are local historic districts, do education and outreach. And these are some of the activities that we do as education and outreach, from annual board retreats to our monthly workshops that we're doing right now. Staff writes newsletter columns for the Dilworth and Plaza Midwood. And we've also written newsletter columns for other local district newsletters when they are active, but these are the only active ones right now. We do a social media campaign for Preservation Month each May. We participate in broader planning department initiatives like the community area plans. We provide the design standards to applicants and new residents upon request. And we also attend and present at neighborhood organization meetings. I think most of the commission knows, but each staff member is assigned a neighborhood and attends their monthly or quarterly neighborhood meetings. So Dilworth, Fourth Ward, McCrory Heights, Oaklawn Park, we have a presence there as a liaison to the commission and between the commission and the community. Should there be any questions, we don't always have an active role at each meeting, but we are there in case individual residents have questions or a bigger project question comes up. This next year, we will be looking at celebrating our 50th anniversary, doing some succession planning. The design standards are a living document, and we are always seeking to improve those for clarity and ease of use. And then again, holding our annual retreat. A little highlight on project reviews for everybody. Now, just a note, these statistics are from January to November. So these are not the entire year of 2025. As of the end of November, we had 329 applications. So we're probably going to hit close to 400 this year. You can see that we have a huge approval rating. Denied projects, we've only denied 10. And what this doesn't talk about is denied projects that were resubmitted. I would say about half of those projects were resubmitted and eventually became approved or are in the review process. The other thing I would like to mention is that we've had a backlog since COVID and we don't have a backlog anymore. So we're really thrilled with that. That could change at any time given when we review large complex projects, those tend to take up a lot more time, both of staff and the commission. But right now we are on track, which is really exciting. And we also shared with the council about our grant project to list McCrory Heights and Oaklawn Park on the National Register of Historic Places. You will be hearing more about that in January when we hold our public hearing for that project. And then in October, at the McCrory Heights Neighborhood Homecoming event, we kicked off an oral history project with McCrory Heights to capture the stories and memories of longtime community members as well as new community members so that we can have that record, because there are still some members who were original, they built their house that they live in, they're still alive, and we want to capture that while we still have them with us. So anyway, a little more about what we're doing the next year and some of the dates for these public meetings. The other thing we asked is helping, just making them aware that we're actively trying to get the resident owner Oaklawn Park seat filled, but that's hard. We've had a hard time identifying someone willing to serve. And then just reminding the commission, or reminding the council that the commission needs new members that are planners, architects, developers, contractors, designers, especially with the thought that longtime Commissioner Lineberger, her term with us is ending in June, and she's leaving a big shoes to fill. So we highlighted that to the council as well. But that just, a really fast summary of all the hard work the commission's done this year. Is there anything that we missed or you'd like to further emphasize as the board? Yes, Commissioner Chair Bell?
I just had a couple questions. So the amount that has been seen, is that can you say if that's like on par with what usually happens, or like year after year?
About the projects?
Yes.
Yeah, it's high. It's been high the past couple years. Like things have not slowed down. Yeah. And we're glad to, one thing that we do is we track year by year. So I'm glad to bring back to the commission like a 5-year overview of projects as well.
Is being caught up a good sign or bad sign?
It's a good sign. It's a good sign. Yeah. We don't want to have people wait.
Because there's less projects going on?
We're technically caught up, but we have about 20 cases in the queue that the applicants have just not gotten back to us. So at any moment, if they all decide to submit their information, we will not be caught up anymore. So we're caught up because people were waiting on more information from people.
Can you also just talk about what does that mean? Because I know that, or I have heard, well, if you submit, you got to wait 6 months. And so can you just say like, what does being caught up mean? And
Absolutely. So caught up means we are back to our normal scheduling, which is the first Wednesday of each month is the application deadline for the following month's meeting. So if you met the December 3rd deadline, you will be on the January agenda. Yes.
Not retroactive, but is it? It's on page 2. Our CLE status with the.
Yes. Yes. Federal fiscal year runs from October 1st to September 30th. So we are just now finishing our annual CLG report for federal fiscal year 2025 that ended September 30th, 25. And so that is due to the state at the end of December. And basically it's taking what this is, and we do submit this with it, but it's about 50 questions about, who's on the commission, give them new commissioner resumes, what are our education and outreach projects, how are we working to achieve the goals of this statewide historic preservation plan. So it's basically all of this information will be captured there. Yeah, and I'm usually we share the official, hey, you did a great job letter from the state with the chair, but I'm glad I can bring it to the whole commission and share it with you when we receive that. Yeah. Yeah, their timing's different. Yeah, it's the fiscal. And so, that changes like applications, right? So we have to provide application data for calendar year, federal fiscal year, and then local fiscal year. And those are three different timeframes. So our data looks different depending on what dates you're pulling from. So we try and keep track of all of those so you can kind of see a comparison. So Shauna's, Commissioner Chair Bell's question about, are we on track? We are for tracking by calendar year. Anyway, it gets a little confusing, but we are glad to provide those numbers as well. Any other questions? Yeah, no? Yep, our 50th anniversary celebration kicks off next year. 1976 to 2026 is 50 years, so we'll talk more about that in January. We did some pre-planning about that a couple months ago during a workshop and had the commissioners write on sticky notes and think of different ideas that we can do. So we're in the middle of figuring out capacity and what we can do and
And there are beautiful neighbors, especially in Villa, I can think of that are.
okay.
That have been, live there.
And we need to capture that. Yeah. Okay. Or oral history, but yeah, thanks. We'll add that to our memory bank to follow up with you on. Thanks. Well, if there are no other questions, I would ask for a motion and vote to approve this for City Council.
I'll make a motion to approve the annual Historic District Commission annual report.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Sullivan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Allred. Any discussion? Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to approve the annual report passes 9-0.
So the next is we have an applicant here with us for the Plaza Midwood resident owner seat. And I'd like to welcome Sean Atkinson, if you want to come on up. Sean lives on the plaza and works in construction. And he's also worked on a project through the commission with the help of an architect to do an addition and a new accessory building, I believe, at your house. With Zach Allsensor. And if you would turn that on so it's green.
Okay.
Yeah, so he has applied for the open position, which is Chris Barth's previous seat. And I'll turn it over to the chair now if you want to ask Sean any questions. Sean also provided, so we have the information from the online application, but he's also provided his resume that I can pull up as well.
All right, thanks, Sean. Sorry, I looked at your.
I was looking at it too. I was like, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so we appreciate your interest in joining the Historic District Commission. And we see all of this and like flashed up your resume, but could you just tell us a little bit more about yourself and why you want to join this commission?
Yeah, I've lived here for 20 years, lived in Plaza Midwood for a little over 18. Love the area. I started in architecture to start with and then kind of moved into construction and been in that industry for very long time. So I just feel like it's the easiest and best way for me to get back to my community, be on the historic districts to help with, the neighborhoods we have and keeping them, pristine as we can. So.
Any other commissioners or any other questions?
Hi, thank you for coming to talk to us. So it looks like most of your work has been commercial. Is that right? Am I reading that
Correct.
correctly? That's
Yeah.
great.
I have a small residential company that I do, a few jobs here and there, but it's my main focus is commercially.
That's wonderful. All right, thank you.
Mostly commercial buildings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
I mean, it might have been understood. Sorry. Any other questions?
Maybe familiarity with the design standards and Secretary of Interior standards.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you just talk about your familiarity with this huge book of design standards and Secretary of Interior standards?
So it has been a few years, but it's been a very good long time. When I did mine a few years ago, I was in the period where it was 6 months, and I sat in a lot of these meetings to understand and better, help my process go through. So I know pretty well as having gone through it just a few years ago, but I definitely would need to, freshen up a little bit. But
I think we were all in that point at one point.
yeah.
I'm sorry, did you say that you went through this process with something on your own home?
Yeah, I live on the plaza, and I did my house and a neighbor's house within the same year.
Okay.
And I did an ADU and done, that work. So I spent, long time going through that and reviewing and, was very interested in also the multifamily that was next door across from me, right next to Van Lanningham Estate. So just listened to a lot and understood the process that it took to get that completed.
Got you. And Commissioner or Chris was an architect also. Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Yeah.
So, I mean, we appreciate your interest in wanting to be on the board, but how do you think that you could best help us in reviewing and helping potential submitters kind of with their particular projects? Like, how do you see the relationship of your actions kind of on the commission and what would your goal be? So like my example is sustainability is huge for me. Like it's very important for me to keep old buildings, right?
Yep.
I mean, commercial is different than an old house to an extent, so I'm kind of thinking about it from that standpoint. Like how does it benefit you to be here and how are you going to benefit the other people that are coming, to seek information from us?
Yeah, the hope in my side is that we look at things in a human being way, and I understand the words are the words that we have to go by and we listen to, but we still all have to understand like the human being behind the building and what we're trying to get to and what the overall look of something is in our communities. That hopefully I can be a part of that conversation, that we can make sure we keep what we've got, but then also understand where we're going and kind of what we need to be looking forward to in the future. So it's something that I really enjoy in that side of things, just understanding, that point of view, I guess, is what I was looking for. So,
Thank you.
yep.
All right. Doesn't sound like there's any other questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Pretty
Thanks for joining.
Yeah, you can always get a hold of me too if you have questions. So.
Sean,
Enjoy. Thanks.
appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Sean, did you get your parking?
Yeah.
Go see JT. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
So I did not send you his resume. I'm so sorry. I forgot to do that yesterday. But it's up to the commission how you want to proceed. If you'd like me to send you this information so you can review it some more, and vote at the next meeting. If you're ready to take a vote now, that's fine too. It's in your, ball's in your court. You just let me know how you'd like to proceed and we'll help you get there.
Does anybody have any objection of, this is the only application, right? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay,
Yep.
sounds like we can vote
We have an
now. Let him know before he leaves. I know he has the, sorry, he has to go through, you have to present it and,
Yeah, so this is a process that the commission's making a recommendation to city council. Obviously, it's up to city council. They can appoint whoever they deem worthy. And that meets the state requirements of a baseline of knowledge and experience. And then after that, there's an orientation that they have, that he will have to go through with watching our videos about what the Secretary of Interior standards are and architectural types and styles and ethics of being a commissioner. And then he will go through one-on-one orientation with myself, just giving him an overview of the commission, how the meetings work, making motions, those kind of nuts and bolts things.
so if we voted today, then the earliest he would,
I would say it would probably be February.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay. All right,
I'd like to make a motion that we accept Sean Atkinson's application to be the commissioner for the Plaza Midwood community.
is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Lineberg and seconded by Commissioner Stanley. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to accept Sean
Mhm.
passes 9-0.
Thank you. And then the last thing that we have, did anyone oh, we don't have minutes from November. Never mind. Next. That's all we had for the workshop. Does anyone have anything else that they'd like to discuss as part of the workshop? Okay. Just give me like 30 seconds to a minute. I've got one thing to work out and then we will return to start the official commission meeting. So we're going to go for a quick break and we'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you for bearing with us. This is the December 10th Charlotte Historic District Commission meeting, and we are going to be starting the public hearings for the cases. Over to you, Chair Bell.
The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the December 10th, 2025 meeting. I am Shauna Bell, HDC Chair, and I called the meeting to order at 1:10 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Christopher Allred, Sarah Kerm, Krista Lineberger, Emily Sowash, Brett Taylor, Ann Stanley, and Sean Sullivan. And Heather Wojek is at. Oh, sorry, Ann Stanley is currently absent. And Ann Stanley is now not absent. And Heather Wojek is currently not in the meeting. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Marilyn Draith, Jen Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fawcett, Paige Inman, Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that this is an in-person meeting. However, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Each of today's hearings is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must make its decision. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The commission's jurisdiction is limited. The commission must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the design standards and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and ordinance standards, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. While hearsay evidence is not specifically excluded, it is only given limited weight. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silent electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an applicant must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating and spelling your name and stating your address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. Any HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote for the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today in person or online, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification of what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Okay. Our first application is a consent project. The applicant is on the call, but will not be presenting unless there are questions of the commission and the commission wishes to open it up for a full review. This project is a corner lot. It is at 1501 Thomas Avenue, as shown here on the map on slide 6. And the project is for a rear dormer addition. If this was not a corner lot, the project would not require commission review, but due to the visibility of the proposal, the project is here before the commission. The applicant has provided photos of the interior spaces and exterior spaces. There are site plans, there are floor plans, so an existing second level floor plan and a proposed floor plan. It's the addition is simply this small area back here for a bathroom. The roof plan is on slide 12, and I should note that the roof is proposed to be a standing seam metal roof. As shown on slide 13, you have the dormer addition. There are no changes to the front elevation. The rear and side, you can see the dormer. It ties in below the ridge and has a pitched roof. The right side and the rear is shown on slide 14. And a detailed drawing is shown on slide 15. Windows will match existing, and the window trim and black bracket detail is shown on slide 16. So with that, the staff is recommending approval for meeting design standards for new construction, chapter 6. And we have one recommended condition with the caveat that the commission may enter any other conditions of approval that they would like to add or take this off of the agenda for a full review. Over to you, Chair Bell.
Is there any commissioner who would like to remove this from consent? Okay, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve this project because it's not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, numbers 1, 2, 9, and 10, and the City of Charlotte design standards for new construction for residential buildings, chapter 6. I would like to add the following condition: that the client or the applicant provide permit-ready construction drawings to the staff for final review, and that all window, door trim, fascia, soffits, and brackets will be wood.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Sowash. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stanley. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve passes 8-0.
Thank you. Our next application is 305 Westwood Avenue. The applicant is in the room and has been sworn in. And at this time, I am turning over the presentation to HTC staff member Candace Lighty.
Hello. This application is for a rear addition that raises the ridge approximately 2 feet 6 inches and for an accessory structure at the rear of the property. On slide 8, the applicant has provided 3D renderings. On slide 9, we have some current condition photos. On slide 12 and 13, we have a site plan. Starting on slide 15, 16, 17, we have elevation drawings. Slide 18, we have some elevation drawings of the accessory structure. And then slide 19 shows the comparison side elevation of both structures on the lot. Slide 20, we have another 3D rendering. The applicant is in the room. If you could state your name and address for the court reporter and let us know what slide you'd like to start on.
Heather Wojcik and 6303 Carmel Road, Charlotte. Yeah, so I think page 2. We don't need to look at the perspectives just yet. Yeah. So for context, because we are requesting to make part of the ridge of the house higher, we did some research on the existing houses on the street, and the one directly to the left of my client's home actually has a 1.5 story structure, and I'll show you on the Zatwell the elevation, but the structure in itself is substantially taller than the subject property that we're talking about. The majority of the houses are bungalows and have front porches. The overall historic house is staying exactly the same way that it is right now. We're not touching anything. There was an addition that was done to the property in, let's see, 2010, I think. And that addition was actually before they became the historic district. Yeah, so that's the rear of the existing structure. That's the front of the existing structure. So the house on this picture to the right is the one that we're kind of using for concept comparison for context. And the addition was done with a hardy siding. The roof pitch is a little bit different than the historic structure. They did offset the addition, which was nice. But our proposal is basically to add to over that previous addition. So our goal is only to modify the existing roof in a way that we have to just to control water. The existing structure, sorry. If we want to go to elevations, so the lower picture is the existing house. The offset in that roof line is the transition from the historic house and with the addition that was done in 2010. So our proposal is to modify that roof and add 2 bedrooms and a bathroom on the second floor so that we can maintain a substantial distance from the street. We would be repeating a side-to-side gable and bracket detailing and matching the windows as close as possible in terms of scale and proportion. We do have some egress, but the existing windows of the house have actually been changed to a vinyl replacement window at some point too. So we would go back with something that was approvable from staff and meets the historic guidelines. But we would add additional materials for cedar shake. Right now, we just have it noted as shake, but it is actually wood shake on the existing structure, and that's what we would match. It is a painted finish, so it's a little bit hard to tell the overall texture, but it would have been cedar shake to begin with, so that's what we're going to continue onto the addition. Again, the existing addition does not have the same materials as the historic house, so our goal is to tie back in our requested addition to the existing structure, and the gable ends all have the cedar shake. The windows trim and the door trim are historic on the historic house. Those would be repeated, and those would be wood on the addition as well. The goal was to minimize the height variation between the existing structure and what we're proposing. We are asking to go up 2 feet 6 inches from the existing ridge height. But we would do that at a distance far enough back that you would not be able to perceive it from the front street. I think the Zatwell shows and there's also an elevation that has the sight lines if you're standing at the street.
Slide. do you think
Well,
that's on?
that's a good question. Right. Sorry, that one. Yep. So this shows both the addition that we're requesting for the main house and the secondary structure in the back. But as you see the line of sight, there is no way that you would be able to see the second floor addition on the back of the structure because it's so far back. The perspective in the top right-hand corner also shows that as you're standing at the street, the gable in the back actually looks shorter, even though it's taller because of the way that we perceive depth. And so I think that that's a good presentation of repetition in gable, but also the way that people will view it is substantially different than it looks in the elevation plane. And then the Zoutwell, I think that was closer to the beginning. Candace. Oh, down right there, that one, 11. So in the Zatwell, if we're comparing our structure, we are requesting to go up 2.5 feet. The existing main ridge that runs front to back and side to side on the house is 19 feet 2 inches. We're requesting to go up 2 feet 6 inches. But if you compare that to the existing house that's right next door, we're still 2.5 feet shorter than what that structure is. So again, even though you can see it on a flat drawing, the raise in height will not be perceivable as you see it from really anywhere on the property at any time. Maybe the rear elevation of the addition. So our goal was to actually create a dormer. The sides of the dormer are offset substantially so that we're nowhere near the perimeter walls of the first floor. We did the dormer because we really do need it for head clearance for the functionality of the space and also so that we can have windows on that elevation that will allow us to have egress. We chose the triple window on the rear just because there is triple windows on the front elevation, though we do need to have them a little bit bigger. It does have fenestration, repetition around the structure itself. We are asking to modify one of the windows on the existing rear elevation to add 2 windows. So we would be taking one away and then we would be adding 2. And really, that's a function of an interior space plan. But that structure is not historic in itself and is made out of non-historic materials. And on the front elevation, again, you can kind of see the shadow of the ridge lines, but again, that's not perceivable. The only reason why you guys can see it is because we drew it in flat elevation. I had a couple of notes on items for the second floor addition underneath the proposal. So again, the bracket detail, we do not have the actual bracket drawn, but we have a picture of it on page 2. And the intention is that, or sheet 2, the intention is that we would match that bracket directly. And we are more than happy to create actual construction drawing documents with those dimensions if that is needed. And then the material of the shake, I think I already mentioned this, it is wood and we would be using cedar shake on the addition as well.
And this is presentation slide number 9.
Oh, thank you. Presentation slide number 9. And then Windows. We did not specify the window material, but we plan to work with staff and select something that's already been approved for any of the new windows that we would be adding to the structure. So I think that's perspective wise. Do you want to go to the perspectives now, Candace? So we looked at a couple of the perspectives, but I think that this gives us a bigger version. So the one on the bottom right, again, we kind of saw a little bit smaller. It is really non-perceivable that the ridge heights of either one of those are different. If you're looking from the left-hand side of the structure, if you're looking at the elevation on the left side bottom, you can see the proposed detached structure, which we can go back and look at these perspectives again after we talk about the detached. But that in itself is substantially lower. It is a little bit lower in grade, and it is actually consistent height-wise with the historic structure itself. But as you would perceive it from the street, it does actually look smaller because it is farther away from you. And then again, in the front elevation, nothing looks different at all. And then on the top right-hand side, that's actually an elevation that you will never see because there's a fence that separates the alley from the visual element of the relationship of the garage to the house. And there is an alley in which you would access the detached structure. So from a view standpoint, again, you would never really be able to see this, but the relationship between the detached structure and the addition to the house basically copy each other. It's just that the detached structure is a little bit shorter and smaller in proportion. I think that's everything for the addition.
Okay.
You want to talk about the detached structure? Okay. So the detached structure in itself is an ADU. The client had requested a 2-car garage with storage accessible from the house and accessible from the garage, or sorry, from the alleyway. There is an alley that backs the property, and there are other additional detached garages in neighboring properties that we do have pictures of in the context as well. The detached structure is basically a baby version of the house. We have a front gable running towards the front of the house. We have a side gable running side to side, and we have a small shed going out to the back. Each of those are used to create scale reducing techniques. There is a covered stoop area that allows you to access from the home's backyard on the top right-hand side. So you can either go up the stairs into the ADU, or you can go into the garage from that side, which gives the homeowner privacy and security, and a little bit of protection from the weather. But the repetition of window and scale is directly related to the house and the windows and doors that are going to be on that addition. The brackets would be repeated. The roof pitch is a teeny bit steeper on this, and that is basically to, one, actually simplify the roof lines, but to allow us to have our head clearance that we need for living space. The main house has 712 gable, and the addition on the main house actually is drawn at an 812, but that dimension is so imperceivable. We are asking to do a 912 on the detached structure, again, because the perception of pitch is not going to be perceivable to the naked eye as you are looking at the house in itself, but it allows us to have the interior plan that we need it to have. Again, siding, we're proposing that they'll probably want to go back with the hardy, but we have not finalized that for the horizontal. It would be the artisan if we do that, but the shake would be the cedar shake as well. Again, we would do a mitered corner for the cedar shakes, details on the dormers. All of the trim would be consistent with the existing historic house and would be made out of wood. And then the masonry would not be painted, which we don't have that documented, but of course we would do that when we got to construction drawings. So proportion and scale, we've tried to, on the little front elevation of the detached structure, we purposely offset the niche on the right-hand side to minimize the mass of the overall width of the structure in itself. We have a negative space where the covered porch is. We have a negative space on the right-hand side of the stairs. The gable that's running towards the front of the house is there basically to capture the stairwell, and we have made that as small as possible. It basically meets codes to get you up the stairs for head clearance. And then once you get up into the second floor space, I mean, we will basically be following the roof rafter system as the ceiling so that we can minimize the overall height of the structure in itself. So there is no attic space per se. None of the walls, actually, except for in two places where the windows are on either side, that's the only place where you actually have a true full ceiling height. So we've taken into consideration as much as we can in terms of roof lines and scale, and trying to keep the garage as short as possible. If you go back to the piece that has the main house and the garage on it. Yeah, so
Slide
we
19.
purposely offset the soffit heights, gutter lines, so that we could bring those ridges and heights down. Again, just to minimize the overall height of the structure. And because we used gables and sheds, the roof lines are basically moving away from you in most direction. So the perception of the volume of space is substantially reduced as well. I have a couple of notes on this one too. So there are actually no trees on the property. There's something that's shown on the right-hand side, but those are actually the neighbor's trees. We still have a impervious area. Our impermeable area is only 39%, so we meet the guidelines for impervious space. Again, we would be matching the materials as the existing structure. We would be using wood cedar shake. We would be matching the wood trim, and then the windows would be specified by something that's appropriate for the Historic Commission. And then we can add any details in terms of actual trim dimensions and details and bracketing if we need to in the construction drawings, but the intent is for it to match the historic property. So as we went through the guidelines, the design standards 1 through 10, we reviewed those for the Secretary of Interior standards and feel very comfortable that we are abiding by those guidelines, as we are not touching anything on the existing structure in itself. The new construction standards for Chapter 6, as we review those, we felt that we met all of those design standards. The one that we're asking for approval for from you all is that the addition in itself would have a new ridge, and that new ridge would be 2 feet 6 inches taller than the existing, but we're not changing the existing ridge line. And then as we go through the accessory structures, and there are no historic elements that to be maintained. And as we get to number 3 of the accessory structures, design new outbuildings to be compatible with the style and character of the primary historic building on the structure, especially in scale, massing, and other architectural elements. Any new outbuilding must be clearly secondary. The height is more of a programming element. We're already asking for a variation from the existing height of the historic structure, but in terms of mass, scale, footprint, the secondary structure is basically a mini version of the historic house. Number 4 and number 5 are not applicable, and the garage would have aesthetically separate garage doors detailing. It would be 1 door, but we would detail it so that it appeared to be as 2. And number 7 is not applicable in our application.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Looks like we have an unknown caller. Caller, if you're calling for 305 Westwood Avenue, could you state your name and your comments?
It might be David, the homeowner.
Okay.
David is online. We have another
Yeah.
person.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. Again, unknown caller, if you're calling for 305 Westwood Avenue, could you state your name and comments? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Bell.
Thank you. I had a clarifying question. I know we've had discussion before about how much we increase, but has that conversation been around existing ridge lines versus new roof forms? I don't know if I'm saying all that right.
Well, it impacts the existing ridge line. It's an
It's all the same. Okay.
Yeah.
So then even,
We are not a precedent setting body. However, we had a very similar situation last month that they raised the ridge 3 feet, and she is raising it 2 feet 6.
got you. Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
I have a question. The way you've detailed the ADU is, you know, as you said when you were closing, you know, you're following the primary structure kind of, you know, to the T. But I think that does affect the perception of it being a secondary structure. Because it's, you know, it's a really great following of all the details, the brackets, the sheathing. But it's almost too good, you know, in terms of being able to discern, you know, which structure is primary and which is secondary. That was, I guess it's more of a comment than a question, but the question part is, could you walk me, I guess, through your design approach, you know, taking that into consideration?
Well, from a design standpoint, the way that the structure in itself would be perceived, you really would see a baby bit of it from the street on the right-hand side. But because the back is on an alley, that's really, I would consider that private realm. And so the way that the public or neighbors would perceive it is going to be totally different than we're looking at it as thank you. Thank you. So I think just because of the overall height of the soffits and the windows and the roof lines and the distance that it's being viewed at will present it as a secondary structure. Just because, you know, when you look far away, things look smaller, even if it's the exact same size. It's just the way our eyes see things. So I think it helps to have that drawing, but there is about a 16 or 20-foot space between the two structures as well, which will also help soften the transition between the main structure and the secondary structure. And I think that's on the site plan.
The heights between the ridge at the rear and the ADU.
I think that those are 2 feet 6 inches. If I remember correctly, I think the garage structure is the same height as the main house. So it goes up a little bit at the end of the main house and then goes back down a little bit. Yep, so we're 19.9 as you would perceive it from the alleyway. The property kind of goes down, kind of angles like this into the middle of the backyard. The alley is a little bit higher and then it angles down, and the street's a little bit higher and then it angles down. So yes, the foundations. So if I was looking at those two structures, the fact that the soffit heights and the ridge heights, and again, you won't perceive that because those two gables are running away from you in terms of view from the street. So they become smaller in themselves because it's not a 2-story vertical structure.
And so, and the primary structure is that the height of 21.7.
Yes.
That's ground to.
Well, so, and I'm not sure if this is a graphical error because I did have someone help me with this. I would say based on where the dimension is, it's about 8 inches. We need to add about 8 inches to that. We were so focused on the ridge heights that I didn't look back at the grade dimension, but that's a CMU block that, and we did measure those. We had that calculated on site. So I know that the elevation of the grade in relation to the house and the drawings are correct. So I would say it's probably 22 feet, 3 inches for, I can't do my math, 22 feet, 5 inches would be from grade to ridge. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, Candace up at the front. Ooh, I can't see what that number is at the porch. Yeah, that number. So that's 19 feet too.
And this is slide 19.
Yeah, and that's where the grade is higher. So then if you take that back to the back of the garage, they're about 6 inches different. So I'm trying to utilize my design skills with scale and roof line to help with the overall proportions and presentation of the structure.
Heather, I just have a clarifying question. You
Yeah.
said that this is CMU on the,
It is
existing.
It is the existing. That was the addition that was done previously was done with that material. And again, I want to point out that we're only doing the addition over a previous addition, so we're not touching the historic house.
I have a question,
Yes.
or a few questions on the, sorry, I'm got a throat thing. Per our additions, 6.20.
Yes.
Number 3, attempt to attach new additions or alterations to existing buildings in such a manner that if it would be removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the building would be unimpaired.
Yes.
And also number 2, I want to go back to number 2, limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building.
Yes.
Did you do studies on this that fit more in line with that? And then I also want to pop in number 5, which is maintain the existing roof pitch.
So
That
sorry.
roof lines
Yeah.
for new
so-
additions should be secondary to those of the existing structure. And just doing a different roof pitch, I guess, is throwing me.
So realistically, you will never perceive that. It is 1 inch over 12 inches. So if you were standing out there and I said, what roof pitch is that? You're not going to be able to tell the difference. I know that just from an architectural standpoint, you would actually have to measure it and calculate it to know that it was really a different pitch. The only reason why you guys know that it's a different pitch is because I put it on there. But I promise you in real life that that's not going to be evident. Limit the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building. We feel like that we did that, and that's why we had the roof gable run side to side so that the roof line that was closest to the street was moving away from you. And the elevation shows that it actually not the elevation, the perspective shows that it actually looks shorter in the perspective than it does. The only reason why it is appearing to be taller is because we're showing it in a flat view.
I mean, that view to me looks, it doesn't, it feels deceptive in a way because it looks like they're the same, from the perspective. And I see what you're saying, that it's from a distance, from like someone standing on the street.
And that's
won't be able
exactly-
to perceive,
Mhm.
but
So if you were standing next to it and you were standing in front of the front gable and you said, okay, I'm gonna look at that and I'm gonna remember what that looks like. And then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna stand behind the gable on the back side and I'm gonna say, okay, now visually I'm comparing these two things to each other. You're not going to realize because you can't see how the roof ridges actually touch each other. So you would actually have to go on Google Maps or someplace like that because we do this all the time to figure out what's going on with roof lines because we can't see them when we go out and measure. When you say it's deceptive, it is deceptive because you can't see it. Like that's really what you're going to perceive. It's
Like-
going to look just the same.
I think the challenge is that the standard says one thing
Right.
and
Which
it's,
is,
we have to go by the standard versus what the perception is.
well,
So I don't.
no, because it talks about how it is perceived in the minimal visualization from the street. Well, that's minimally visualizable from the street. So, and you guys do have the ability to approve things that are different than the guidelines, because if it met the guidelines, I wouldn't have to present it in front of you. So the whole idea is that there is perception and scale and design elements that we utilize on all of these projects to create a presentation that represents itself in what we want to see, historically consistent architecture. So we approve. There have been projects that have been approved with raises and ridge all day long. The goal is to potentially not do that. It says that it is preferred, of course, but it gets done all the time. So if we're doing it in a way that the other guidelines are being met, maintain existing roof pitches. Again, that's a perceivable element. Nobody is going to be measuring it. We're requesting a raise in height and structure because that is what's going to allow us to utilize the house and preserve the existing structure. We're doing the addition on a part of the structure that has been added onto and is not historic. So the goal is to maintain the existing, which means our Secretary of Interior standards. We're modifying something that's been modified in the past and was not done under the historic guidelines. We are also stepping in on both sides. So the existing exterior addition, those walls step in 6 inches on both areas. So the roof line that we're adding steps in on both sides as well. So from a visually minimal from the street, we're doing all the things that are being asked of us to do. The only thing that is not being done is the elevation, the ridge height. And that's what we're asking for permission to do.
While we have this elevation up, are you open to adding some fenestration to that lower, to that first level? And the reason is, I understand that was done before this was a historic district. So we try to bring things more into compliance if we're altering them.
That area is not in the scope of the project, in terms of what the client is modifying. Again, I'd rather leave the windows the way that they are on the back if that is a determining factor, but the way that that elevation is, there's a shower and there's a vanity.
So that whole side elevation, there's no possible fenestration options there.
Interior, there's a closet and there's a shower and a vanity. So,
They're not touching it. They're not required to make changes.
Okay.
yeah, I mean,
Okay.
if we were modifying the interior, I would put something in, but that space is supposed to be staying as it is.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On the ADU, did you study at all of trying to bring the stairs up in underneath the ridge?
I did, but then that ruins the functionality of the garage itself, and it would mean that we would need to extend the garage to be wider. So basically I would just be the gable would become wider
anticipated. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Lineberger, I know you had some thoughts about the raising the ridge height, or I know you're saying all the things.
Yeah, I'm struggling with the change in roof pitch, which raises that height to be above the ridge height. In spite of being, and I think that directly then would affect the windows, which is why I didn't move on with the windows in that dormer, and ask that question. I just don't think that it aligns. I don't think we would, I don't ever remember a situation where we had a similar application that changed and went to a different roof pitch. I think it's something that we've held strong on, that 6.20, number 5, just from a design standpoint and a consistency standpoint. I am curious about, Christy, the 301 Westwood, that roof pitch, was that something that was, if we're going to compare the height, I'm curious if that was an addition, because it doesn't seem like it would be an original style or original height if that was done prior to it being a historic district.
Yeah, let's go to slide 10. And let's look at, and you were looking at 301? right
Yeah,
there?
the top left.
I looked at this too, and it appears very original to me. We could probably see it more on like Google Street View, but I looked at both side elevations and what you could see. Yep, go to Google Street View. And the brick, the brick looks the same, like there's no patching.
It just looked like the roof could have been
think-
extended.
The front porch, I think, is an addition,
Ah, yeah, that
but
gives me-
this is an original.
yeah,
this
that
is
gives
a-
a lot more clarity.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't
I
glance at
think the bay window and the front porch are new, but I think everything, and
Yeah.
of course, the rear,
Yeah.
but the main structure of the house is original. Mhm.
Thank you. So I'm open to hearing what other commissioners think about that.
That's what did not say it as eloquent, but that's what I was getting at with my first question, was I knew there was somewhere around maintaining the existing pitch. So I'm also struggling with the 2.6. Any other commissioners?
Would agree with that. And I feel like we're,
Sarah, can you speak into your mic and turn it on?
I would say that we're being asked to say, well, your perception will be one thing, but the reality is we still have guidelines that we have to stick to. And I think we have to be careful making exceptions to guidelines.
Exception are we talking about?
Well, the roof,
What's wrong with the roof?
well, the number 5 that Christie just pointed out.
6.20, number 5, maintaining existing roof pitch.
It says typically.
The height of the
So I just want the commission to be very careful. If you wish to change policy, that's one thing, and we are not precedent setting, but the commission this is how you've allowed other structures very similar in design and situation to expand. So I just want you to, make sure that you are not treating an applicant maybe any differently because they might have a greater knowledge of the design standards. Like 3 to 4 feet is there. If you go to the addition, please, Candace. They're not touching the main ridge. They're attaching this so it can be removed. It's not raising the main ridge of the house. They are raising it they are, but way, way back on an addition. They're not touching the historic portion of the house, which is the justification that you gave for a very similarly situated project, very similarly designed project, just last month. And so, I think you need to be very careful in your discussions about this project. It only raises the ridge at the way far back 2 feet. The visibility, you have always taken that into consideration previously.
So Christy, your comments really confuse me. Y'all have a whole list of staff comments. So I think that's what we're referring to when we're seeing some of these similar concerns that the staff has expressed. So I feel like you're saying something different from what the staff comments say. And I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but I'm a little bit confused.
Can you get us staff comments?
So it's staff's job to review the project according to the standards, but it's the commission's job to look at the project as well and make sure that if they've made a good argument, then you can.
But I don't think that my comments are in line with the staff comments. I don't think I'm making an exception for the applicant and treating them differently by asking questions that are right in line with the staff comments.
But to Christy's point, I think that in the past couple of months, not just last month, but the month before, in a project that I wrote the staff comments for this and that one, they were pretty similar. And in that project, it was going up 3.5 feet and we approved that project. So staff is writing comments based off the standards, but it's your job to also read the standards and the argument and the design and see if you're comfortable, because if staff could approve these things, we would, but we can't, right? So they're in front of the commission as a collective to review this project.
These are both being submitted as one application,
Yes,
but we can break it apart
you
into
can.
two. Okay, so, on the ADU, I feel like it is really not very tall. I mean, as far as ADUs go, it's well within the height of what we've seen come through here before. But that front gable appears unproportional to some degree. And I don't know if it's from, that it is, so it's what was it, a 10 or something, 9, and the house is a 7, something like that?
Yeah, 9.
Or if it's that it's 14 feet from the house, that's making it feel bigger. I'm not an architect, but it appears larger than it actually is. And because again, it's not a tall building. Maybe because it's got more roof surface on that where the front gable is, where that pitch note is, it's got more roof surface, yeah, right there, than anywhere else on that ADU. I'm not quite sure. It just, yeah. But again, it's not a tall AD, we've seen taller ADUs.
by the dimensions, like you said, it doesn't, it's not offensive,
It's not large.
but seeing it next to the house, it doesn't feel secondary. It feels
Yeah,
like it's
it-
bigger than.
It could be
maybe-
because it's close to the house, you know,
Maybe.
it's the, whatever you call that board is, 14 feet. The fascia and the rakes. I'm not
What's
sure.
the lot depth? Is this a shorter lot? Yeah, it's because they've gone out the back.
What is the rear setback's 5 and the side is 5? Is that accurate?
For ADUs, yeah.
And this is 5 and 6?
Mhm. It used to be, you're probably remembering, the UDO changed. It used to be 15 feet and you could measure from like midpoint on the alley. But the UDO changed it to 5 and 5. For anything under 24 feet in height. I think this illustrates also really well, the commission look at the Secretary of Interior standards maybe for this about like reversibility, how it's, this illustrates it really well right here, how you're not touching the original house, and those types of things.
I think that helped Commissioner Lineberger with a couple of the previous applications as well, as that it was further back in on an addition to the main structure. It wasn't on the actual historic structure, which is why the commission proceeded the way it did with its approval, even though staff's comments were more strict. But given that it was on an addition, it was further back, it didn't go up more than what is typically approved. That really helped move the last couple of projects forward. So to be consistent, staff is always going to be more restrictive with our analysis, but it's, the commission's job to understand what the argument is from the applicant and then also take into consideration like possibly some of the other things, like it's not affecting the historic house.
It's my opinion, and I seems that I would be in disagreement with my fellow commissioners. The addition, I don't think is a problem for me, from the standpoint that I feel like it adds to the existing house structure without overwhelming it. It appears to be, to me, on the existing rear elevation, there's already a difference in the roof pitches, as seen on page 15. That would already kind of indicate to me that a difference in roof pitches would not be outside of the realm of what's already on the property. And the minimal pitch change between the proposed addition renovation to what is existing would be covered, in my opinion, by what's already existing on the property. I mean, I think that the addition itself is well detailed and well in proportion, even though higher than the existing ridge line, that it would be within the guidelines for approval, in my opinion. The ADU itself, as well, I think that it does fall within my opinion of the guidelines. It does, in elevation, it appears larger than I feel like it is. But in actuality, I think that it does seem how is it, secondary in footprint, scale, and massing. And again, and a change in roof pitch does not bother me, as it does kind of reflect the style as per 810 section number 3, as it is compatible with style and character, but not duplicating it directly. So it's my opinion that that both the proposal of the ADU and the addition renovation is well within my understanding of the guidelines.
Just to be clear, my hangup is that portion of the ADU that I spoke of, the house, I don't have any issues with.
A question for staff on public realm and how it's viewed. When I go around the corner to Southwood Avenue to look at the alley that this garage, the ADU garage would access, where the subject property is one lot in from the corner. So yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Over here.
And then I think if you go to the most recent, just to kind of give ourselves the benefit of, there we go. It's just interesting to see look at it from this perspective, because we do have new construction on the left, those two garage structures, and then the garage and the house that's attached to. But this is the angle that I keep looking at. Is this considered public realm, and should this be part of the criteria that I'm evaluating against our standards?
Alleys are private spaces that the city doesn't have jurisdiction over. They are a shared use space between all property owners that abut an alley. This question came up at 404 West Park, which was a John Ferris presented on a couple months ago. And the commission decided that no, our past, we review corner lots for their visibility, but once you get into interior lots and things off an alley, because alleys are a private realm, that you don't address that. If you'd like to, change that, we can always change that as part of our design standard policy. But under current policy, you've not considered that. Does that help?
That was the perfect answer. Thank you.
Okay.
Also, I guess in terms of staff's approach to the staff memo, again, just pointing out things that we typically would on all projects. I think staff is more concerned with maybe some of these a little more awkward roof lines than we are the 2.5 feet above the historic ridge on an existing addition. Just to give a further perspective from staff's point of view.
Okay. So I think there's the initial ridge height increase that it sounds like some people are okay with. I'm not sure if any opinions have changed. The ADU, I can't, piece in the front, I can't remember what you were calling it.
Gable.
Gable, yes, thank you. And then what Candace just brought up around some of the tie-ins with the roof line. Anything else that? Yeah, go ahead. Oh. Yes, we will reopen.
Know what the soffit depth is on the house and
Yes. The existing house is 1 foot 10 inches from, for the soffit. Want to make sure that that was the horizontal dimension. Let me see. Because it's an open soffit detail when the roof rafters exposed, sometimes I measure it on the diagonal. But it should be the same dimension because it's still allowing us to offset. Because the existing historic house and the previous addition are offset by each other, that's why we're getting that roof return on the left-hand side up at the, right there. So that is created because I didn't want to take away any of the existing roof. But again, I was trying to build over the addition, and so the way that those two were coming together, because the new roof is set back, they don't engage, the fascia boards don't engage on the same plane. And so that's why there's almost like a little return where it's kind of dying into the roof instead of lining up with the roof. So the roof overhangs, the rake and the soffit are the exact same as the main house, but because the floor of the first floor is offset, it's creating that transition. And we just chose to leave it just so that we weren't removing something that was already there.
And the ADU?
And the ADU is the same because it actually helped us with our heights. The soffit detail and the rake dimension are the same so that we can use the same size brackets and have the same overhangs so that we can get the width that we need with the lower ridge. Because if
What's the depth of the soffit will be with the?
it'll let us spread it out a little bit. So if we have 1 foot 10 inches for the depth of the soffit, if we went to 1 foot, then that roof comes in and our ridge goes lower. If we utilize as much of that soffit depth as possible, it allows us our triangle to come out and our ridge actually it allows us to manipulate the pitch and the ridge height. So it gives us a little bit more space to cover.
Okay.
Are you thinking that it should be shorter? We did try it smaller, but it changed the proportion of the other elements.
So it's a mini me, but it's not a true mini me without having the same size bracket at the top.
Right. I mean, it's a mini me in that the walls aren't as tall, the foundation's not as tall, the ridge height's not as tall, the footprint's smaller. It's just, yeah, but those are just the same. There you go. Yeah. Because we were trying to keep it consistent. We can scale them down an inch each direction to minimize them, but at the end of the day, we did keep those details the same. Oh, and the other thing, the other overhang, I chose to extend that overhang over the door only because it gives protection to the pedestrian as they enter. So it is just a continuation of that existing roof line. Again, you still have that transition where the new gable runs into the perpendicular gable. And so those fascia boards are offset just because of the foundation of the structure. But I was wanting to extend that to protect that door from the elements. So that could be removed if the staff or if the commission would like.
All right, we will reclose. Okay, so to move this along, if we think about the house first with the roof pitch. It sounds like, or can we just get like a understanding of who would be okay with that? Because I think if that changes, then that changes a lot of other things along with the ADU.
I'm okay with the house. I think the pitch, the height difference, I'm okay with all of that. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm okay with the house portion of it, the roof pitch and the change in, or the increase in height.
Okay, Commissioner Allred, it seemed like you were,
I would agree.
okay.
I have no problem with the roof pitch nor the increase in height.
Mr. Kern,
I'm not, I do sort of have the roof pitch.
okay.
Use your microphone. Sorry.
I do have a problem with the roof pitch.
Commissioner Sullivan,
In looking at the standards, especially 6.5, maintain existing roof pitch, period. That being said, in looking at the design and hearing the applicant's explanation of the process that she went through, it is higher than the original pitch, but I'm okay with, based on the interpretation of the standards, not just 6.5, but the other items in 6, I'm okay with the addition.
the addition,
Oh, I'm sorry, on the primary structure, the addition right there, yes.
got you. And Commissioner Stanley can't do anything.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry. Commissioner Lineberger,
I think I think it needs a restudy.
okay. Which would change other things. And then with the ADU, is there anything, I'm trying to move towards a motion here. So that's the house. Is there anything else on the house that would need? Discussed?
Perhaps the double window that we can see in the 3/4 in the lower left image. I understand that the applicant explained that it is to match the fenestration on the front, but it does look a little overscale.
You're talking about on the addition, right?
On the addition, yes.
Okay,
On the AD,
on the
Right,
addition.
The addition.
yeah,
Yeah.
that, okay.
That's the only.
I
thing
thought we were talking about the main house still.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. That's the only thing I would add to main house.
okay. Okay, so sounds like they're, depending on what the motion is, we'll see. And then if we move to the ADU, there's the front gable that Commissioner Taylor brought up. Is there anything else?
I think it's worth a restudy to look at, not just the gable massing, but the detail of the ADU. I think my comment earlier was that it mimics the primary structure a little too much and doesn't read as secondary to me.
I mean, this could be the best option on this ADU. But I'm not convinced it is at this point. I think, if I had a option A and an option B, I may pick this as option A. I just don't know what option B would be. And I don't know if that's because I don't know any better, but it just, I mean, from that, it could be the field of roof. It could be that the brackets and the soffit depth are the same size as the main house, that it doesn't, it appears, out of proportion to a certain degree.
Okay.
Even though it is not, the scale of it is much smaller than the house and ADUs that we've looked at in the past. There's, my eye goes to that roof and to the brackets and soffits.
Is it the fact that it's matching the addition and not the original house?
For
Because
me,
like,
yes.
right, because like you have the really flat roofs of the dormer. Go to the, yeah, really flat roofs of the dormer, the pitch of the, just on the ADU, and the pitch is matching the pitch on the addition. So it's talking to the new part of the house. The ADU isn't talking to the historic house.
Yes,
Okay,
for me.
okay,
yeah.
okay. Just trying to understand, so
Yeah.
when we talk to the applicant,
Yeah.
and, okay.
Okay, so this sounds like it's gonna be a couple of motions. Would anybody like to float one and see what happens?
And while you're floating, can you add some facts that indicate why you think it is in conformity or not in conformity with the standards?
Facts.
Helps those of us writing the letters.
Mr. Posh.
So let's start with the main house motion.
Yeah, I'll blow. I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the primary structure addition as drawn, based on, design standards, chapter 6. Specifically, number 5, maintain the existing roof pitch. Roof lines for new additions should be secondary to those of existing structures. Typically, the original roof as visible from the public right of way should not be raised. And then I would just say 1 through 7 as well. As well as,
Can we clarify that 6.20, 1 through 7?
that what you just did, you clarified it?
You make that clarification.
6 point. God. 6.20. Right. That is 6.20, 1 through 8. As well as too many screens open. Secretary of Interior standards. Number 3, number 4, number 5. Number 9. Number 10. That's all I got.
Okay.
friendly amendment.
All right.
Can we add that the applicant restudy the gable fenestration on the addition? Standards 6, where did I go?
Commissioner Sullivan, the motion was to approve the application,
Oh, straight up.
not continue. Just-
Amendment rescinded.
Okay,
Second.
motion made by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Allred. Any discussion? Would you like to add anything about the window and door like any of the details?
Applicant to work with staff on window, door, trim details.
I still second.
Any discussion? Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
No.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
No.
Commissioner Bell. No. Motion is approved. 4, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. All right, that's the main house. We go to the ADU.
I'll make a motion to continue the ADU application to restudy the ADU based on design standards 8.10, number 3. What's the scaling of mass one? Appreciate the help. Um, 6.10. Yeah, we're gonna be here all night if y'all don't.
Do you want to add 6.13 in there, like roof form? The roof form.
6.13, 6.18. s- 6.10, 6 point. That doesn't work. 6.10. Yeah, that'll do it. I think that'll do it.
All right, motion to continue made by Commissioner Taylor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? All right, we'll take a vote. Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
No.
Commissioner Kerm, Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to continue passes wait,
6-1.
6-1. Thanks.
All right, how about a break? Yeah, okay. Come back in 5 minutes at 2:46.
Oh, yeah, I'm working on the backlog. Hang on. You said there to the house.
But there are 8 of them, so she's still add.
Welcome back to the December 10th HDC meeting. We are now moving on to case number 3, 400 East Worthington Avenue. And I believe the applicant is online. Kevin, are you online?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Have you been sworn in? Kevin?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Have you been sworn in?
Yes, I.
Okay. Can you turn on your camera for us to see your lovely face?
Sorry. Yeah.
Hi, Kevin. Thank you. Okay, and you've been sworn in. So again, this is 400 East Worthington Avenue. The applicant is proposing repairs to an existing foundation, removal of the foundation and rebuilding to not include existing windows, crawl space access doors to be eliminated. The proposed material is CMU block with a brick veneer. The applicant has provided current condition images on slide 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and a foundation drawing on slide 20. Kevin, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter, and then let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Yeah, my name's Kevin Chella, CELLA. Address is 400 East Worthington Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203. I guess we can probably just start on slide 9 of 27.
Okay.
So in meeting with contractors, we looked into potentially underpinning the foundation, and in talking with engineers and contractors, they just told me that the brick's in such poor condition that there's no sense in salvaging it. So this application is really just to, the plan is to have a house mover lift the house up, knock out the brick in sections, pour new footer, and rebuild the foundation. I wasn't sure. I'm not particular on like trying to salvage that window on that right picture. I mean, if that's something that you'd like me to do, I could do that. But being that it's painted over, and I figured it'd be better to just brick over it. And kind of the next few slides are just similar openings there, just showing how out of plumb the wall has become over time. Not exactly sure what the picture on the right was intended to be. That was the back of the house had an addition put on at some point, well before I owned it. When I bought the house, that's what was there. So, yeah, kind of next slides just show the poor condition of the brick. Plan on keeping everything the same, other than we won't be painting the brick. So.
Okay. I'm just running through some of the slides that you've provided showing the damage.
Sure. Yep.
And then the brick that you would like to use, would you like to talk about that?
I'm not. My wife and I were not particular, but in looking through General Shale's, product offering, that seemed to be the closest to the original chimney. So, so that's the one we went with.
Okay. And it looks like you have a engineer's report
Yes.
on slide 24 through 27.
Yep.
Okay. Aside from removing the entire foundation and rebuilding it, did you consider alternatives that you would like to tell the commission about?
I guess we had initially talked about the underpinning, underpinning the foundation. But the house is so old that we dug out a section of down to the base of the house, I guess, and there's no concrete footings. So I was told it was very likely that the brick would crumble and there'd be no way of salvaging it. So.
Okay. Do we have any unknown callers? No. Okay. Chair Bell?
All right. Any questions for the applicant?
I have a couple. How you doing today, Kevin?
Yeah, doing good.
In slide, I think it's slide 12.
Mhm.
No, that's not it. The plan, the foundation. Yep, there you go. 20. So the demo plan looks like it's calling for, 90% of the foundation to be demolished, but not what I guess would be the back. What was the addition? Is that accurate or not?
No, it would all be, it'd be 100% of the brick, because we looked at potentially not touching, the front or sections that are in pretty decent condition, but then it gets into trying to match brick that is painted, and so it was decided to replace 100% of the brick.
I'm gonna jump around a little bit, so bear with me. And you may not be able to answer this, but the engineer's report calls for block and brick.
Mhm.
It looks like they're calling for potentially block below grade and then pier and curtain above grade, but it's not spelled out that it's not a block foundation with a brick veneer. And we just need to make sure that if this application does get approved, that the brick, it pretty much needs to go back pier and curtain. So the brick lines up with where it is now and is not proud of where the face of brick is. Can you go to the photograph slides, Candace? So that's a good one. So where is that middle picture?
So that's when looking at the house from the front, that's the back.
So
right.
that is the addition.
That's that picture on the left. Yep, exactly.
Got it. All right. Can you go to the front? It's 2 up, 12, I guess it was. Yeah. So you're asking that those cheek walls and steps be replaced as well?
I think most likely, yes.
Okay, I just didn't see that in the report, but that's what that signifies, that those will both be replaced as well?
Yes, yeah.
I think that's all my questions.
Any other commissioners, questions?
Hi, this is Commissioner Wojcik. So you're saying that the existing foundation wall doesn't have a footer for it to sit on?
Correct,
not.
yeah. It's
Okay.
a horizontally turned brick. Yeah, the engineer had never seen anything like it before. I thought I had included a picture, but maybe not.
It's typical of this age house. It's got a brick footing. There's no
Yeah,
concrete.
yeah. So underpinning wasn't really an option, and yeah, maybe I didn't include it, but I mean it. Um, uh,
Thank you.
yep, yep. Yeah, I guess going back to your pier and curtain comment. Yeah, I mean, I think um, the contractor had mentioned like having to dig out, like about 2 feet on each side of the house for the footer to be poured. And yeah, we would obviously have brick low enough, to be covered by dirt. We don't want our house to look ridiculous either. So.
Any other questions before we close? Okay, we will close for deliberation.
So personally, I think this is a good opportunity to salvage and improve a structure, particularly because it does not have a footing. To bring it up to structurally, you have an applicant that's willing to bring something up structurally and do it properly. I think I am for that. It's important that a house has a solid footing and foundation, and we should support that.
Motion.
I would second that. I really commend the applicant for willingness to have a strong foundation for a beautiful historic home. So.
Thanks. Yep. That there's.
We're
plenty of-
closed.
Yep. Yep. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Rather.
Is there any thoughts around I don't know what that is. I don't know if it used to be on page 9, I think, Candace, the infill.
I mean, I've got other thoughts I can add to a motion, but
Okay.
Yeah, I think that, per 4.4, number 4, to retain vents and openings within existing foundations should be incorporated into the motion or a motion.
Is
I
there
believe those
a
would
motion?
have been coal chutes and some other vents
Yeah.
at the point of the construction of the home. I would also make a note that the deterioration in the brick is most likely due to the fact that the brick is painted, which creates the deterioration much quicker,
Yeah. It's holding moisture.
just as a note.
Mhm.
Can we also get the indication of those locations, dimensions called out on the site plan or floor plan?
I'll make a motion to approve this application.
Hold on.
Will you make sure you put in there the parent curtain, because that's traditionally appropriate?
If you'll remind me, I'll make sure I'll do it.
Okay, thank you.
Approve this application, referencing standards, Secretary of Interior's, number 6, design standards, foundations, 4.4, number 4, number 5, masonry, design standards, 5.5, number 4, And to provide overall dimensions of building footprint, indicate locations of existing vent, windows, and door openings on the site plan with dimensions and material callouts. To verify or communicate with staff that it is going to be a pier and curtain foundation that will align with the existing pier and curtain plane. That the cheek walls are built back to the same dimensions as the existing, as are the stairs and risers and treads of those concrete steps. Brick will remain unpainted to work with staff on brick selection. That's it.
Right. Add something.
Sure.
The engineering report mentions a tree removal, so you probably just want to include that.
I think it's gone.
It is gone?
Pretty sure it's gone.
It's gone?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Taylor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion?
Can I add one thing? We need to announce that Commissioner
Oh,
Wojcik
yes, sorry.
joins the meeting before you get to a vote.
Yes,
Thanks.
Commissioner Wojcik has joined the meeting. I wrote that.
She and has been present since the start of this public hearing.
And has been present since the start of this public hearing. Okay, for a vote, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm, Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next application is 255 West Park Avenue. And I'm going to turn the presentation over to Elizabeth Lammy.
Hey, Chris, have you been sworn in?
I have.
Okay, great.
Sorry about that. I'm walking.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This project is 255 West Park Avenue. And this involves some work on a new rear addition that was approved by the commission in September of 2022. The applicant is proposing a design change regarding the height and size of kitchen windows. Go to page 8 here. In just a moment. All right. So those are these windows here and these windows here. The preferred option is to install a previously approved window approximately 6 inches higher to accommodate the kitchen counter height. The applicant has also proposed an alternate option to install a smaller kitchen window so that the header heights can still align with other adjacent windows and doors. This project is considered an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing the project on its merits as if it has not yet occurred. And Chris, just let me know where you'd like to go in the presentation.
I guess this is fine. And for the record, Chris Barth, architect, 320 South Tryon Street, Suite 222, Charlotte, North Carolina. And as Elizabeth mentioned this is an after the fact application. Unfortunately, we don't like to do it this way, as you all know. And this was a circumstance of, a window installer doing things kind of to their preferred methods and standard methods. Essentially, what happened is, the architect, being myself, had the windows essentially right at the countertop level, and noticing that there may be a code conflict, they raised them up 6 inches without my knowledge. And, we discovered this obviously after the fact. And, they did this to accommodate for electrical and some outlets that you typically see. Our intent, at least, was that they would use pop-up outlets on the countertop surface. But obviously it was not installed that way. So the windows are approximately 6 inches higher than the adjacent windows. After discovering this situation, we kind of did a survey of the neighborhood and look at several historic examples, which you'll see if you can go to some of the pictures. There you go. Some of the historic examples that are kind of in and around. The brick example on the left, that is their direct neighbor. And, there's obviously a window offset there. And you'll see in some of the other historic examples of other window offsets and opening offsets that are occurring, throughout the neighborhood. So we're kind of relying on these as historic precedents and asking for a little bit of good faith from the commission in that, this was kind of an unfortunate accident, but there are, historic precedents for this type of condition in the neighborhood. Granted, no one or two conditions are exactly the same, but and what I like to say in a lot of my architectural reviews is that the windows of the house are a direct relationship of the program or what goes on behind the walls. For example, the windows on the corner there going into the back entry respond to a little dining banquette area, so they are lower. The windows that you see 6 inches higher respond to the countertop condition, as well as the kitchen function behind those areas. So our preference would be to leave the windows as is, to respond to this usage on the inside. And again, using the historic precedents as our backup for that data. Obviously, if the commission feels this isn't justified or, not enough evidence is provided, a secondary option would be to come back with a shorter window to again align that head height. And you see that shown in the elevations. That's about the gist of it. I don't want to take too much of your time. It's fairly simple situation here, but again, there's a lot of factors at play. But anyway, I'll leave it open for comments if you guys have any questions.
Okay. Hi, Chris. Candace or Elizabeth, can you scroll down just a little bit so we can see so the, on the left elevation on the bottom, oh, sorry, my Siri thinks I'm talking to it. That means that the window went up above the door on the right-hand side as well, right? So it's obvious on the left, but on the right, it's not as obvious because the distance between the windows and the door is much farther apart.
That's correct. And as you can kind of, these the windows on the rear elevation, as well as these ones on the side, they are all in the kitchen. So the same condition was applied there by this particular window installer and the GC, because we have that countertop condition. So that's the reason for the windows around the corner being up as well. And our intention would be to leave those windows at their current condition as well. But yeah, like you said, they are quite separated from the door condition, so it's not as obvious. That is an interior elevation as well, facing the adjacent neighbor, whereas the three windows in the back are obviously semi-visible from the street since we are on a corner lot.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Chris, I have a question. This is Krista.
Hey, Krista.
Your proposed rear elevation with the smaller windows, does that match what was originally approved? I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand, did the window rep change the window schedule and order a different window than?
No, the windows proposed for option 2, I guess we would call it, installed are the original window size. They were moved up 6 inches, hence the head height difference. Does that make sense? So option 2 would be a smaller window than the proposed.
Okay. I guess the reason I ask is when I look back to what was originally approved, it looks more similar to the smaller windows. So that's why it was confusing, but it might be just visual.
No, it could be a optical illusion. The windows installed are the correct size as in the approved COA application.
This is the COA view.
Any other questions for the applicant before we close?
Walking his dog or his kids?
Hey, Chris,
Yes.
everyone wants to know if you're walking your kids or your dog.
I am. For the unorthodox nature of my video here, my wife and I, unfortunately, we had to step in and take care of our children because our nanny had to step out in an emergency situation. So I had to step in. So here I am. So I'm multitasking a little bit.
Love it.
All right, any other questions before we close? Okay, we are now closed for deliberation.
Well, I would like to just say typically there are variations in header heights between doors and windows, especially in older houses, and the fact that Mr. Barth has presented us with some contextual confirmation specifically around this project. I don't find it offensive or inappropriate myself based on our design standards. I think that they would do, if this was an older house, windows would have been put in at different heights depending on the function. Overall, the left-hand elevation doesn't, I don't even think you can even tell the rear elevation. I think it's because of the proximity of the kitchen windows and the breakfast bay windows. But I don't think that there's well, now that I'm looking at that picture again of the house, the small tiny window on the little bump out header height doesn't align with the big window that's on the back of the main historic structure. And if I remember correctly, these additions were done at different times, and there's been a lot of activity on this house over the years. So that's just my perspective.
I would agree. The different height windows do not concern me in reference to the standards. The type of house that this is, the American Foursquare, typically had unique elements kind of embedded in it. It's specifically due to the fact that the American Foursquare was typically in a lot of a mail order house that would arrive on a train car and be assembled. So the variation that is kind of inherent in the historic nature of such a house would allow for that type of variation. One of the things that was also part of that style was larger windows to allow more light into those residences, kind of a response to the smaller Victorian style windows. So the fact that the window is large, in my opinion, matches that style classification. And the fact that they're different head heights and in response to the interior environment, which a house in the mid-20s, late 20s would absolutely be expected to do. And as well as this style of home, they don't bother me in one bit.
I guess I go back to the standards. Doors and windows, number 1, A, B, C, and D. Would we have, this is looking at as a new proposal, would that have been approved or would it be approved based on the standards?
I would have approved it.
I think that we would have, I agree. I mean, we approved the first one. I mean, we approved what we approved, because it was in line with the standards. Yeah.
But what we're looking at now with that here, that's what
I think we would ask for a fenestration restudy of it.
I agree. Because when we do look at things after the fact, we often ask that question, it seems to me. Absolutely.
We have asked for a restudy with the context that was provided of houses around that show the same offset. I was going to say is that probably. Are the I guess the houses that are here, those are 360?
I think the applicant said that those were just in the district. I don't think the one with the brick is directly adjacent. I think the other ones he said were just in the neighborhood.
It looks like they are in the neighborhood. There's some on West Park and West Kingston and Wilmore, South Mint, all in the same district.
I also think it's worth mentioning that it's a corner lot, and so we give more scrutiny to a corner lot because this is highly visible. It wouldn't be visible on a, inside lot.
I mean, one thing to note about these precedences are just that they are a different architectural style than the house we're discussing right now. Just something to note.
We approved a height variation on the addition already. The bay window header height is not the same as the existing historic window to the left of it. So they're we've already approved. We already approved a header height variation on the addition in relationship to the existing house, so I don't think that this is any different.
And just to make it clear, the applicant has proposed a option that is on slide 10 in the upper right-hand corner.
Candace, can you go back to the picture, that's view from the back street, the street on the. Thank you, that one. So right there, there's 3 different window heights. On that rear elevation, it looks like. The bay on the back is 1 window height. The 2 windows on the left-hand side look to be consistent with the historic house, and then you have the angled bump out that has another window.
To me, that's an argument for not offsetting yet again and having yet another detail.
It's a different window height. It's not like it's in line at the bottom and at everywhere else. It's a different height window. The sill height's different. It's defined as its own. I'm just saying, we already approved it once, so if that was that big of a deal.
And just on the second option, the applicant is saying that they would bring the window in line, header heights.
Yeah, it's installation of a shorter triple window on the rear elevation and aligning the header with the double window to the left. Change the new double kitchen window on the left to match the size and header height of the revised triple window on the rear elevation. The height of the new double.
Commissioner Kerm, if you can use your mic in the future, thank you.
So then with the proposed to bring the header heights in line with a shorter window, would we approve that?
Yes, that's option.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Is the shorter window in option number 2 the same height as the window to the right of the door? Yeah. Is that the same height as that window to the right? If you stay on that elevation, yeah, that one. No, it's shorter.
I believe it's a different sized window.
Yeah, it looks like it's the height that Chris was usually using originally. So just in our guidelines, there's absolutely nothing that says anything about consistent header heights. And typically, I mean, it's not specific. It says proportions of window heights, which in that, the taller window would be more proportionate with that style of architecture than having the short squatty window.
I was going to say the same thing, that proportionally the windows in option 1 are much more in keeping with the style of architecture of the
Yeah, I mean,
of the residents.
6.15, number 1C, the proportion of window and door openings, the ratio of width to height. That stands out more to me than the header does, specifically in our guidelines. The header height on the window and the stairwell is not consistent with the header height on the second floor.
To Commissioner Allred's point, stylistically, I think we have examples on this house where there are different header heights on the different elevations. And in evaluating option one, is it option one where there would be aligned, or option two? Option two, where the header heights would be aligned, which was in the COA. It almost doesn't appear to be sort of an organic growth over time of the house. It looks like, oh, they just jammed them all in under the header height. So although I do question whether or not this would have been approved with the difference and not asked for a restudy of the window, the as-built condition that we have, I think works for this particular house.
I'll make a motion. I would like to make a motion to approve this which one am I approving? One, to approve one, right?
The as constructed.
The as constructed application, as I find it not incongruous with our design standards, 6.15, all of them. And that's it.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Wojcik to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stanley. Any discussion? Commissioner Taylor? Yes. Commissioner Sowash? No. Commissioner Allred?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
No.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
No.
Commissioner Bell? No. Motion to keep this count. Motion to approve passes 5-4. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Before we move on to the next application, I think we need to correct for the record the motions for number 2. I think they were recorded as being approved with conditions for the addition 4-3. It was actually 5-3.
Oh.
And the continuance for the ADU was noted as continued 6-1. It was actually 7-1. It's Candy.
Oh,
Yep. Okay, and Jen Bear has the next application. Oh, you had stepped out. Oh, okay, then we need to, okay, thank you for that. Can you correct the record that Commissioner Stanley was not part of that application then? And the motions stand at 4-3 and 6-1. Thank you. Thanks so much. Jen, over to you.
This application is for 1747 Merriman Avenue, and the project is a rear addition that was presented at the October meeting. And our applicant is in the room today. Shan, you can come up to the table here.
please, for the record, Commissioner Sowash is recusing. Have you been sworn in?
Have you been sworn in, Shannon?
Okay, if you are online or in the room and have not been sworn in, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, so this project is for a rear addition that was continued for the reasons listed here on the first page here in red. And the applicant did provide revised plans, and those changes are outlined here on page 2. There were some changes made to the plans that went beyond the items that were continued. So those are also listed here on page 2. something I wanted to just point out for the commission is that in addition to the work that was previously presented at the October meeting, the applicant has added replacing the front door and work to the front porch columns to this application. So that's something new that the commission did not review at the October meeting. The revised plans start on page 7. And we have our existing and proposed front elevations on page 8. Rear elevations, page 9. 10 is our existing and proposed left elevation. And 11 is our existing and proposed right elevation. The side-by-side comparisons from the October plans to the current plans start on page 14 through page 17. And then we have the previous presentation starting on page 18. So from here, I will turn it over to you, Shannon, if you have anything else you'd like to add.
So we'll go to what they changed on the front elevation, the new door. The only real change to the style of the door is the top 2 panels would be glass. And then as far as the columns go, they wanted those to be worked on or changed out due to some.
Shannon, can you turn your mic on, please?
Make sure it turns green. And you don't have to hold it.
Okay.
And if you could just restart. And did he say his name and address for the court reporter?
I don't think.
Just restart from the beginning. State your name and your address for the court reporter.
Okay, Shannon Douglas with Copper Builders, 1900 West Moorhead Street, Suite 102. To start back over on the front elevation, the new additions were the front door, and the really only change to the style of the door would be the top 2 panels would be glass. Otherwise, the door is the same style as the home currently has. And as far as the columns, there was some rot that they wanted the columns replaced or repaired. No change in style of the columns. And then we basically tried to make the changes per your recommendations from the last meeting. So if you look at the next page would be the rear. I think it's hard to refer back to, but the double window, I think we had, that was a style change that you had asked for in that bathroom over what we had proposed previously.
Here's the comparison.
I think it was the size of the window or something you didn't like before. And then the new rear obviously took the windows away to make it more aligned with the upper windows as well. The left elevation. Centered the windows up in the gables. Basically the one is existing, and then the new window just centered it up in the addition. So the one small reverse gable, that window is an existing window, so we didn't move it. It stays centered, and then we centered up in the addition that window to match.
And just to clarify, Shannon, I think in the plans, there was a note about the existing opening remaining, but a replacement window being added. Is that correct?
No, it isn't. It's a window that was approved at some time back. So it's the same style window that we're planning on using on the addition. So it is the Pella Lifestyle that was replaced at some other point. So that's not a new window. Yeah, it's an existing window that was replaced, that they got approved at some time in the past and have that number where that was approved for that window. So it will match the rest of them, but it's an existing. And other than that, I think we made the one window smaller to match more consistent with the rest of the new lower level windows, and really no other change. And on the right, remove the one window that we wanted to add into that bedroom and made it basically back to the existing side elevation for the existing structure, and then addition just took it down to single windows to be more consistent with the main home, with the original home. I think that was all the changes we'd made. That's a window in a closet that the client, the transom, that the homeowner wants. And I think that was, I mean, that was all the changes, trying to take in consideration all the requests or the advice you had given in the past meeting.
All right, thank you.
Do we have any callers?
All right. Any questions for this applicant?
Yes, I have a question. On page 8, the drawing indicates that the original window is original door is a 6-panel door, but the picture shows an arch-top door.
No, that's in the storm door, I believe.
It doesn't seem to be in the storm door.
Is the plan to change the style of the door to the 6-panel, or you're,
Yeah, the intention is to change it to the 6th panel with the glass in the top upper panels is what the client would like.
do you know what the material of the new door is going to be?
I mean, it could be, we would intend to do it in fiberglass with a wood texture, but we can do whatever the committee would want us to do.
Can I ask if that's a historic, I mean, is the existing door a historic door?
That's what I was just gonna say. It's not historic, and
No.
typically staff can make
Okay,
that change at the staff level.
yeah.
We don't know if it's historic or not because
Really?
we don't have a photo of it. There are some, this is a American Small House, and some of them did have original fanlight windows.
Really?
So it's just too hard to tell behind the storm. It very well could be replacement, but you just can't tell.
So if it is a non-historic door, can they come back to you guys with it?
Yes.
If it's historic, they would come back to us.
Yes.
Okay. And then do you have any experience with those columns? I mean, to me, that just looks like a 6x6 stuck up there. Do you know if that would have been a historic design? I feel like it's appropriate for a simple box like that, right?
Yes, it's
Okay.
commonly seen on these small houses, especially with it being grouped like it is
The
to
cluster.
the pair.
And so if they're just repairing it, they're not asking to design anything different. Is that not also something that you guys could address? Or no?
We just didn't have enough information. The plan said repair or replace, and we didn't know if we don't have dimensions or materials, so we don't know if it is a like for like.
Oh, okay. So we can ask.
We can ask.
Okay, great. So Shannon, is it a like for like, or
Yes.
are we
yeah, like,
trying to do something that looks different?
not trying to do anything different.
Okay, cool. So, sounds like we need to do a little bit more research on the front door so that, and I'm sure that staff can help you determine if that existing door is historic or not. I think that would be the best bet. And then storm doors, I mean, those aren't, do we need to address the storm door? Or is the storm door staying, Shannon, or is the storm door going? Or do
I
you know?
am sure they would want to keep the storm door. We
Okay.
haven't discussed that.
Yeah, I mean, that's not, if it's staying, we can't make you take it away, so, okay.
I don't know, but I'm sure, I feel confident that, that they would want to keep that door.
Okay. And then on the windows, I have a feeling that the intention of on the rear elevation was not for you to change that shorter double hung to a sliding. Just because that is more inconsistent with the architecture overall. When we discuss it, I'm sure we can talk about it from a commission standpoint, but, I, I, I don't remember all of the discussion around it, so we can just, I think they probably wanted it to be taller, to be honest, versus wider, just because that sliding / casement would not really be historically correct.
Yeah, it is a casement and there's a tub there. Well, the main reason it's not taller.
Gotcha, okay. And then on the side elevation, thank you for, oh, yes.
I just wanted to ask, is there an image? I can't see that of the, what was proposed during the last meeting compared to the double casement? Okay.
The one on the left was,
That's slide 17.
Thank you.
But I think it's also the fact that you went from double, double hung, it's the relationship of the first floor to the second floor. So that we didn't have an issue with the double hung windows on the first floor, it was the relationship too and the location. So is there a reason that you, and I'm sorry if you mentioned this and I just totally missed it, why you went to a single versus the double hung? I mean, not single versus double, I'm
The
sorry, the
casement.
double window on the first floor, the double, I think it's the answer kind of relates to what was happening above.
Right.
You went
I
from
mean,
the
the main
double
reason
window.
it switched, to start with, was because you didn't like that. Now, the reason it maybe didn't also change to a window that you do like is the homeowner, that's the window, that's what they would like to put there. The rear of the home, not visible from anywhere, but I mean, because they couldn't, the smaller single or double hung window was not approved and and that's the window they wanted to put there.
I guess what I'm asking, I'm sorry, I'm not really being clear, why you went from a double window on the first floor, both on, to the single. Did you cover that in so on the rear, it went from double to a single and slide 7, that's slide 17. And then also on the right elevation, you had a double window on that first floor.
I believe.
It went to a single.
I believe that was because you guys asked us to be more consistent with the existing home. Not to have all those double windows because that wasn't consistent with the existing home. The existing home didn't have the double windows.
Trying to recall that exact discussion. It's not in our notes of things that we continued for.
I felt like, the window being added to that elevation was the issue because it was so close to the corner.
That was one of the issues.
Yeah, I don't remember the double windows being, as much of an issue on the right-hand side. On the rear elevation, I think that it was just the spacing between the small window and the corner. So I think it was more the location of the fenestration and on that. I think that that's what it was. I thought that though, I think that that's what people were feeling was an inconsistent spacing, around that smaller window that goes into the bathroom. So, and then on the left-hand elevation, it was more the relationship of making that existing window smaller and moving it. That's just what I recall. I'm not saying that that was the answer,
No,
but that's what I thought I
I
processed.
agree with you. I think that's accurate. And we didn't even mention the rear, any issue with, other than that one.
That smaller window, I think, but, and then, the brick foundation, we also talked about that, and it looks like you aligned the brick veneer with the wall
Sorry, you're right. Before it was not, we've now have the first floor overhang in the brick.
Yeah, thank you.
Correct about that.
That's lovely. Well, so I'm just gonna say, I'd like the double windows better. I'd like, on the rear of the house in terms of fenestration. I think that's more appropriate with the volume of massing of the wall and such, and the shorter double hung is more appropriate than the casement window, in terms of window choice and style and size. And honestly, on the right-hand side, I appreciate just taking out that extra window. I don't know that changing from a double hung to, or from a twin window to a single window, again, that almost, even though it is repetitious of a single window, and I do appreciate that, because of the massing of the wall, the window looks small, the amount of glass looks small. So my opinion is that I like some of it, and some of it, I'm not sure that it needed to be done. But that's just my view.
Just going to move up to see what the direction was. About the windows, I think. Number 5.
Yeah, that, the bedroom window that got added was too close to that rear corner.
Yeah.
In the left elevation,
So it looks like the direction wasn't,
very specific.
or like the direction to change like the single or doubles to singles wasn't.
No,
provided.
that was not actually specified. Yeah, it just said restudy of window and rhythm. So.
Definitely hit number 2. We appreciate that, at number, you address that in the brick.
And 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And number 1.
Did you talk about number 4 with the solar lighting too?
no.
I mean, it's specified on here is the type of food. And I think I sent the spec for it as well.
Yeah, I think we have the product name, but typically we get like a spec sheet. So we would just need that to be part
I
of. the
think I did send the
presentation.
spec sheet in.
Okay. I don't know if it was in your presentation, but
Okay.
was it in?
Is that something that we need to review? Or is that something that he can work with you guys on? Cause I don't think we've ever done a solo tube, have we? Or not since I have, I don't know I have.
Yes, we've
Personally.
done many.
Oh, okay, good.
They're hidden, on like a, basically where he's put it, on a back sloping roof. It's not on a front elevation.
I just mean I've never reviewed specifications, so I don't really know what, as a commission, what we're looking for.
It's kind of the
Because-
same as the skylight, low
Okay.
profile, no dome situation. But the only one we've approved, because it's the only one been asked for, I believe, is the Velux. which,
This is
so-
a Velux.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that something that we need to address in the in this particular approval continuation, whatever we do? Or is that something that we can tell them to confirm with you?
You can tell them to confirm it with us as long as it, it meets the specifications for
Skylights?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. We're still open, right? I just have one question. It appears that if the windows that we didn't have an issue with weren't changed, the doubles on, the double windows on the first floor or the lower level, the one that was changed, that was not an issue before, to a transom type window there on that right elevation.
Well, that one definitely was, the client does not want that window in their closet.
So, but I think we would approve all of the original reasons this was continued, had those changes not been made. I
So
don't know if
basically
anyone's
the
in
upper,
agreement.
the old elevation minus that one window that was added close to the corner, otherwise that kind of would work.
Right.
Okay.
So my question is, I guess if, and it's maybe for staff too, if we were to approve this, but say the condition is to take the windows back to the doubles that you had originally and take that one back, would that be
By
something
by
you
all
would
means,
agree
it's-
to?
I'd agree to it. I mean, I have to, ultimately I'm building for a client. So, I mean, I got to make sure they agree to it, right? That's who we're ultimately working for.
So, Shannon, I don't think that we're gonna approve that transom. And so normally what we tell clients is we design for the outside with the windows, but on the inside, you just act like it's not there.
Okay.
And honestly, there's a million ways that she can hang clothes or it put or, something in front of it. So she's not losing, I say she, they are not losing that space. So I just want to say that out loud because even in kitchens, we tell people just cover it up on the inside.
I mean, I believe they will because they agreed to it initially,
Originally,
right?
right.
So, I mean, I just want to state that it's not just my decision alone, but yeah, I think they'll agree to it because when we proposed it the first time around, they were okay with it. So really, the only thing we're talking about is just making sure that one window that we added to the existing goes away, which they've also agreed to that.
Yeah.
I don't, on this elevation, I don't see an issue with any of it if we revert back and just remove that one window.
Sounds like we have the owner that wants to speak.
Oh. Has the owner been sworn in?
Is she on?
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes. Have you been sworn in? Did you raise your right hand and say I do?
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear you guys at first. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. No, I was not sworn in originally.
Okay. If you will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
If you will state your name and address for the court reporter.
Joanna Wells,
And address.
1747 Merriman Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just to first of all address a couple things. You guys had a question about the front door. That's not historic. So I did want to go ahead and clarify that part.
How do you know it's not historic?
My family has been in this home for over 4 decades, almost 5, probably over 5 decades at this point. So they are aware of all of the repairs that have taken place in this home, and that is not a historic door.
Well, congratulations. That's pretty wonderful.
But
Thank
do you
you.
have what year was, do you know what year that door was put in?
I don't have that information readily available, but I can see if I can get that if that's necessary.
Miss Wells, do you know if that front door is is it wood or metal? Do you know the material?
Off the top of my head, give me 1 second. I might have that information. And I'm also pulling up some information about another door because I do believe we were trying to keep it the same. I believe it may be metal, but I would have to double check that to verify.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Aside from that, I did just want to state, I know that you guys are, concerned about the exterior of the home. which we are as well. We want to make sure that we keep, within the bylaws of the district. However, there is a lot of, or it seems to be a lot of communication as far as we as homeowners can just do something else. We did discuss a few things like the transom and things like that. And we are trying to keep our home similar to the other homes that were built around us. For example, the closet window itself, we were looking for something to be a bit smaller because it is in the closet. And we are looking at the home next door. I can't remember off the top of my head their exact address, but they do have examples of smaller windows in their home as well. So I did just want to keep that in mind. We are not remodeling this house to then resell it. This is something that will be a generational home. And we are trying to stay within your limitations, but also make this as functional as possible, because this will be, of course, generational, meaning that there will be multiple families living within this home within different age groups. So I just wanted to place that there. If there's any additional questions, I can answer them the best way that I can, and anything else that I can possibly get more information for you, I can be more than happy to do that as well.
So, yeah, thank you for that information. We do have the can't think of the word, responsibility of making sure that the standards are met, and some of those are with the fenestration and the windows. Also, we can only go by what has been presented. So if you wanted to provide context to other homes that are around yours that have this particular type of window, then that would be something that, you could present. But at this point, we can only go by what is in front of us. But thank you for that information.
I also want to add that the context needs to be historic, because unfortunately your neighborhood has not been in the historic district for as long as probably, I guess there's been a lot of changes before it became a historic district. And so just because you see it doesn't mean that it is appropriate for all of the structures now that you're in a historic district. So I'm just throwing that back out there because we get a lot of examples of things that have been done, but they were not done under the guidelines. And so they are looked at differently.
All right, any other questions or for the applicant before we?
I have one.
Good.
On page 8, the front elevation, are you proposing to change the existing gable porch and add a architrave board?
No, that was not the intention. The intention is to keep it like it is, so no change.
Okay, we will close for deliberation.
Are we really going to continue this for a window? I mean, it's like at one point, how many times do we have to look at this for?
Is it just the transom at this one?
And the casement.
And the casement, those are the two in question.
Yeah, but we have a direct document that we could reference to and tell them what we were going to approve. We've done it in the past. We have reviewed past submittals and said that we're approving this from that submittal and this from this submittal. It just seems like a waste of everybody's time to.
Can we reopen?
Yes, we
I've asked,
we will
Ms.
reopen.
Wells. So Ms. Wells, just so this is Commissioner Lineberger. if we continue this project for the transom window, we're not going to approve the transom window. So it just doesn't meet our standards for windows, 6.15 and 6.16. And I think we are willing to approve if we go back to the original submission for that window in October.
Okay, give me one moment. Just give me 1 second.
I'm just thinking, get in front of you.
Slide 16 shows both the October right elevation and the currently proposed right elevation with the transom window.
Talk while we're doing this, is that okay? Am I allowed to talk while we're? So if I'm looking at these two elevation, or this elevation, the only issue that I thought we had was the addition of the window in that additional historic part of the house. I have no issue if that was removed. I have no issue with the rest of that elevation.
Then the brick.
Oh, yes, the brick details and everything needed to be appropriate, but in terms of window fenestration, size and everything, so, okay. And then the same thing on the rear elevation, we have that. I think that the previous submittal is more appropriate. I don't know how everybody else feels about that smaller window or why that was even an issue, but we might as well talk about it while we're waiting.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can answer that for you. As far as the window being changed is concerned, I actually had a meeting, probably I want to say in November, with Marilyn and Jennifer, regarding that particular window and the fact that this is a privacy issue. This is our closet. And they were expressing, the guidelines that we had to follow and that there needed to be a window there. Hence why the window in the corner was removed. We actually spoke in detail about a transom and how that could be considered appropriate as it's still following the spacing guidelines. Again, this is a closet. We are still trying to conform. However, I know that you spoke previously about previous homes being, completed at different times. The home that we're speaking in reference to was completed under the historic district. So I do feel that has to be considered. Outside of that, to go back to your previous question about the front door, I can confirm for you that was completed over 12 years ago, and it is indeed a metal door. But that is the reason as far as the transom is concerned. Privacy is a huge concern for us. And again, if you are looking to have a window there, we're fine with that. But I'm just not understanding the necessity, especially when we worked with you guys to try to find a happy medium.
I think during the conversation that we had, I think it was suggested that possibly a smaller window, I'm not sure exactly a transom window necessarily was what I had in mind, but maybe a smaller window would work in this case. But also we have, I think someone else brought it up earlier, we have windows and closets all the time where they are just walled over on the interior, so privacy can be maintained.
Is there a set of circumstances that they could work with staff to get not a transom and maybe not a full, but something in between?
If the commission gives us direction and provides information, staff can, if the commission feels comfortable with that.
So Jay, I just want to tell you, we do things like this a lot, and typically my recommendation to you is that you literally put a shutter, a blind over your window and you just design your closet around it and not feel like it's going to be invasive. So I don't want you, I feel like you're feeling like it's intrusive to your privacy, and I don't want you to feel like our guidelines are putting you in that situation. You're not unfortunately the only person that has to adjust some of these things based on the historic guidelines, but I do promise you that there are ways to get the interior function and still meet the guidelines on the exterior. So
Yeah, I
I'm just
know. Hold
saying
on.
that out loud.
One, hold on 1 second. I do want to mention something. They're not, hold on.
We gotta go.
Okay.
This is,
If you're speaking, you're muted. If you have said everything, then we are going to close for deliberation. So do you have anything else that you would like to add?
Just double check. Are you cool with a smaller window? They're not going to tell me I lied, but
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and close for deliberation.
I mean, we can continue it.
So we need to be very clear on what they would need to bring from the continuation.
Jen, can you show the rear elevation again? So that window that is on the rear, I guess I want a consensus on what everybody thinks about the rear elevation.
I like October.
When you say that window, are you talking about the first floor window or the basement window?
The first floor window, the smaller window. I think that spacing and size was the whole reason. I'm asking, but I think that was the reason that people were having issue. I
On
think
the October
on the October.
rendering.
You know, it's not called out.
Well, I know, that's why I'm
That's- I mean-
confused because I don't know why, when the motion was made, it was just a reference to fenestration in general.
Wasn't here, so it's, y'all are questioning how it went from a double to a single on the first floor.
No, I'm talking about the small window that's in the bathroom. I feel like someone had an issue with the spacing.
Casement, okay.
Yeah, I feel like somebody wanted that window to be different.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure that we had an issue with that, honestly. I think that it's jumping out at us because it changed from a double hung to a casement.
Yeah.
Because we don't have rear elevation mentioned for, under fenestration. On number 5,
I know that the right side was adding the window, and I know on the left side it was moving the existing window. I don't remember this.
we call out the left and the right elevations and restudy window locations and rhythm. We don't say anything about the rear.
Okay.
So I think it's that it's jumping out at us because it's changed to a casement. So
Yeah. So at the end of the day, does anybody have a problem with going back to the submittal for the October meeting on the rear elevation?
no,
Would
other
it,
than, the headers. The
Yeah, the
headers,
trim.
the brick headers.
yes, the brickwork, the
Fenestration only.
yeah, fenestration only. Then I think that we should say that. And then are we allowed to request that window that's that smaller double hung that's on the first floor on the right-hand side? Could we just request that they put that in the place of where the transom is? Okay, that would be my vote.
So are you saying, so,
So you take that smaller double hung window
mhm.
and you copy it and you go to the right-hand elevation.
Oh,
You paste
Fit
it
in there.
where that transom is.
got you. And on the rear elevation is basically the October.
Yes.
Okay, got you.
So the October meeting rear elevation shown on slide 17. It's the window furthest to the right on the second level. That window will be placed on, that size, shape of window will be placed on the
Yes.
right elevation of the December meeting
Yes.
in place of the transom window.
Yes.
Duplicated.
And also the casement.
No.
You're saying leave the casement?
No.
No, I thought that's what you were saying, but no, you said leave the casement.
No. No, I'm saying approve the October submittal, not
the double hung.
yeah, which is the double hung and the twin windows for fenestration. I mean, we might as well just tell them what we're gonna approve and approve it and move on.
And then the left elevation would be the December meeting proposal.
The left elevation, no, would be this because they're leaving.
Yes.
Yeah, the December,
meeting.
thank you. Yes, yes. Commissioner Stanley, correct.
Can you also provide some facts? I mean, anyone in terms of why that design is in conformance with the standards?
Yeah, because we're leaving the historic window in the historic location. We're leaving the window, I don't think is historic. We're leaving the opening of the window in the historic location. And that was the discussion as to why we continued it to begin with. Just, how does everybody feel about those ideas?
So on the, can you go back to the rear elevation? So the first floor, those two,
Twin.
yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes, yep.
Double windows,
windows.
that's, we're leaving that
Yeah.
in the rear, but then changing it to single on the, because they, I thought on one of those elevations, they also had double and then changed to single.
On the right-hand side?
Yeah, so changing it to single on the right elevation.
I would rather have the double. I mean, the only issue that I had with the October submittal was the new window on the historic house, that one that was too close to the corner.
Okay. Just want to be sure. Okay.
Commissioner Wojcik, when
Yeah.
you make your decision, can you go by elevation and specify which of the drawing set you are approving on what slide and what windows?
Yep, if you'll help me with the slides again, yeah. Okay.
And actually,
Does
while-
everybody,
sorry. didn't mean-
no, go ahead.
I was just say, just on the front elevation, I don't, the October application did not include column replacement.
Correct.
Now we are replacing columns. Can we just make sure that we add some language that, I guess I'm going to call it a fretwork detail that is between the paired columns on either side, be retained or replicated?
Yes,
It's just, it's a staff review too.
yeah, I'm gonna tell them to work.
Placement column detail to be reviewed by staff.
Mhm.
And for Candace or Jen, whoever, is there any information that we would need? I know when we are replacing windows, we have to show that it's not, or I guess, do we show that it's historic or not historic? So is there anything for the door that we would need to say that it's not historic?
Well, I was gonna ask that staff confirm.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Is
Okay.
that fair?
I'm sorry. More photographs with the storm door open, so it's more clear to us, the condition of the existing door.
And then if you would also, they did mention a fiberglass door.
Yeah.
If you would also just specify that, we don't approve those on the front and wood is acceptable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Anybody else have anything you want to talk about? Okay, so, oh, good. Will you help me as I go? Okay, so I would like to approve this application with conditions. The following items were, that we have reviewed. I'm gonna start with actually number 3 for the, restudy. The framing of the new main level walls are now over the brick veneer and stack as appropriate, and that is per standard 6.12. We still ask that specific specifications, if not received by by staff yet, please be submitted for the Solitube and just confirm that the design meets our standards, and work with staff on those final selections. And that all masonry, which is number 6, to be, all new masonry to remain unpainted. And then, on the elevations, on the front elevation, the applicant is requesting that the existing columns be repaired or replaced we would like for the applicant to work with staff on replacement of materials to match existing design. The request for a new front door has been submitted and we would approve that with documentation that the existing home's door is not historic, and that the new door be made out of wood and appropriate for the architectural style of the house and to be reviewed final with staff. On the, that's everything on the front.
And that was slide 14.
On slide 14, reference slide number 14. Oh, yes, yes.
For the door, 6.15, number 2.
6.15, number 2 for the door.
And also 410, 1 and 2.
And 410, 1 and 2. Was that for the columns?
That is for the door.
Oh, for the door. Do we have anything for the porch? Like
2 and 3.
4.8, 2 and 3, and then Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5 as well for rehabilitation. We good. So now we go to the windows. So on the left elevation, we approve the December submittal, and that is sheet 15. And that is maintaining the historic window opening and the bump out, and the larger window in the shed bump out, under the shed bump out as well. So that's the December submittal on sheet number 15. And then
With a brick, with the headers being brick, according to standard 6.15 and 6.16.
6.15 and 6.16 for brick headers. Do we need to do anything about masonry, or is that good? Oh, yeah, we did say that. The masonry to remain unpainted, do I need a standard for that? I mean, that's kind of like our go-to, but. .5 for masonry.
And 5.8.
And 5.8. And then on the rear elevation, we are approving submittal from the October meeting, which is on page 17. Again, with the masonry. We're approving the October submittal for the window size and fenestration. We are approving the December application for the masonry foundation detailing. Did we say anything about windows standards? We just did doors, I think. I'm sorry, thank you. Windows standard 6.15, number 1, A through D. Number 2. Number 4, number 5, and number 6 for windows.
Can we add number 3?
And, oh, yes, I just wanted to stay away from the number 3, but for the front door, we would request wood. Okay, and then I think we have one more elevation. We have the right elevation. So we are approving the October submittal. No, sorry. Yes, we are approving the October submittal for the double hung windows, the twin double hung windows on to the rear of the structure. We are requesting that the December submittal for the historic structure with the 2 existing historic window openings to remain. And then we are requesting,
Wait, that's
Sorry.
slide 16.
okay, and on slide 16. And then on the December submittal where the transom is, we are requesting that the applicant duplicate the window size and design and configuration to match the rear elevation on page 17 that is the smaller double hung on the first floor towards the right-hand side.
Second floor?
Oh, that's the basement,
First floor.
That's the first floor.
the main level. Let's say main level,
In the field of siding.
in the field of siding. Thank you.
Can we clarify that's a required condition and not a request?
Oh, yes, thank you. No, it is a required condition.
And that's in the October elevation.
Thank you. And that is from the October elevation, rear elevation.
And standard 4.14, number 1 for the retaining the existing historic window openings.
4.14, number 1 for retaining a historic window opening location.
Did we have 6.13 for the lighting tube? I don't know if we used that standard. It was the first. You said the lighting tube to
Oh, the
be solar
tube.
panel, or yeah.
Yes,
whatever.
yes, yes.
6.13.
6.13 for the solar tube.
What about the masonry on that last elevation that you did?
Masonry.
Sorry, the masonry.
So the foundation masonry is approved based on the December meeting application and the window details. Masonry. That makes sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Motion made by Commissioner Wojek. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Allred. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash. Oh, yeah, sorry. Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm, Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojek.
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 8-0.
Thank you. I feel like we made that more difficult. We, as in Copper, made that more difficult than it needed to be. I appreciate it. We'll get the plans corrected and to the staff. Thank you.
Okay, the next application is new construction at 1815 Madison Avenue. Is the applicant online, Marilyn? Okay, great.
3-minute bathroom.
Oh, we need a bathroom break? We need a break? Sure, do you want a break? Okay.
Sure.
Okay, Cam,
I need to.
okay, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay,
Sounds good. Thank you.
thanks, Cam.
No, it did not. All right.
Hello and welcome back. Hi, Cam. Can you turn on your video for us, please? And Cam, have you been sworn in?
I'm not yet.
Okay.
Do you have my video and audio, or just?
Have your audio. If you could turn your video on while we're
Yeah,
swearing, would
I'm
be
sorry. I'm trying. There we go. Or, I'm sorry
can
about this.
you can
If-
start, Shauna.
Okay, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you
Yes.
affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Well, we
Can you
still
see my video? I'm sorry.
cannot.
Jesus. Okay. I'm sorry. Jeez.
I'm gonna get started. You keep working on your video.
Okay. I'm sorry about this.
Project is new construction in McCrory Heights, and it is mid-block on Madison Avenue. I should note that there was never anything developed on this lot. This lot has always been vacant since the beginning of the neighborhood. And the applicant is requesting to build a new single-family home. He's provided context information about the structures. This is directly across the street at 1812. And then 1808 is also across the street. And he has also provided some other style references in the McCrory Heights neighborhood, just further down the block on Madison Avenue. So 1612 and 1601. The site plan is on 20. He has provided a detailed tree plan showing the trees to be removed and the trees to remain. That is a heavily wooded lot since it's been vacant forever. And the elevations begin on slide 22. So Cam, I'm going to turn the project over to you to present. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
My name is Cameron Singh. I live at 2116 Vanderbilt Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28206.
Great. I have you on kind of the map and the context information, but you just let me know where you'd like to go and to start your presentation.
I guess we can start at maybe the first slide. I mean, I guess if you guys have seen it, it's an empty vacant lot in McCrory Heights, which I think is a beautiful neighborhood. And I think that we know the regulations with the historic district, and we're excited about it. I think that we can build something that's not going to stand out from the neighborhood by any means, but will also be a beautiful new build house. I think that in the neighborhood, the way that prices are going and as much as land costs, and we have to do some certain things. And I think that in this project, or at least by the plans so far, to how I feel about it, I'm extremely excited about it. I think it won't stand out in the neighborhood, but once you get inside, once you're in the back, I think it's going to be a beautiful project. And so me and my partner Kabir, we're really excited about it, and we're really ready to get to work on it. And I'm excited to see what everybody on the panel thinks about it. So it's a split level 1950s, 60s design. There's nothing too out of the ordinary. I think everything fits in with the style of McCrory Heights. We wanted to look, as I said, like it doesn't stand out, but it's going to look like a new house. And we want the people that are buying this, and for the price that they're buying it at in McCrory Heights, to have a lovely house that looks like it's from the 1960s, but at the same time fits 2026. And hopefully that's what we've done. And we're excited to hear your feedback. And I don't know, I'd like to see, I mean, okay, look, I'm sorry, looking at this, we did some different stuff based on other things we've seen in historic districts, like you can see right here. We have what would normally be an addition in the to somewhere like we've seen in Wilmore and other areas that's not, that you can't see from the street view, but then to kind of tie the past in with the future and give some luxury, or because just based on building costs and land costs, kind of what we have to do. I'm just very excited to see how it ends up. And I'd like to hear your feedback, and we can take anything that the board says into what we will do. It's a split level, but it's almost, if I can show you guys through it, it's kind of a fake split level, so that you walk up the stairs so that it looks like it fits the streetscape. You walk up the front stairs, and then there's just the office there, and then you pretty much walk right back down so that it opens up into an expansive living area. And I think it's really going to be impressive, and I'm excited to see what the board thinks about that.
Okay, thanks, Cam. The applicant has also provided the Zotwall streetscapes on slide 28. This is the proposed new building here. And then across the street, existing structures, noting that this building here at the corner of Mulberry is not historic. It was just built within the past couple of years. But all of these houses are historic. And then the applicant has also provided permeability calculations and more information. I think the trees are on slide 20. Nope, 21.
I think it's.
And then he has also provided, since those were a little fuzzy and hard to read when you blew it up, the agenda supplement has the full-size plans so that we can read all the dimensions and details.
I also apologize. This is my first time dealing with the Historic Commission, so please let me know if there's anything that you need me to add or tell you more about.
Thanks. It looks like we have an unknown caller. If you've called into the Charlotte Historic District Commission meeting and would like to speak, we are speaking on project number 6, 1815 Madison Avenue. And then we also have Kabir and Caroline as well.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'll just chime in whenever Cam's done speaking, just to give a little introduction as well, but I'm good for now.
Have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay. Caroline, are you planning to speak at all?
I'm not, I don't know if me and Kabir is sure who Caroline is.
Okay. Well, Kabir, this would be the time to speak if there's something that you'd like to add, but in order to do that, we will need to swear you in.
I'm good for now, but I'll get sworn in just in case something comes up that I'd like to address.
Okay.
And then anybody else in the room? Hi, Angie.
Anybody who has not been sworn in, either in the room or online, if you will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, well then over to you, Chair Bell.
Okay, any questions for the applicant?
I have a more of a confirmation than a question. This is Commissioner Sullivan, Mr. Singh. On the, I think it's slide, let's see, it shows it's the front and side elevations.
I think we'll use the supplement since it's clear, if that's okay.
Okay.
So slide 8 of the supplement shows the front and side
Let's
elevation.
see. And I think I wrote down the height on the two-story section on the left, as we're looking at it, that is 23 feet 7 inches.
Yes, sir.
There we go. And then it was on the other side, the right side, 17.8. I just want to make sure I was reading that, or no, 17.10.
10, yes.
17.10 and 3/4. Okay. I just had trouble reading it in both formats. I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I put it in the presentation, I thought I didn't realize. We added it as the supplemental with the actual house plans in PDF.
Can you give me a little bit more information about the vertical siding? I feel like the neighborhood has the majority of horizontal siding. Is there a reason, or do you have more examples of
We have an example. There's 1624 Madison Avenue that has vertical siding.
mhm.
It
How is
I mean,
that?
honestly, I mean, to be honest, I like the look of it. I don't think that it would deviate it too far from like, oh my God, this house has vertical siding versus um versus the rest of the houses.
Is
If we
it,
have to do it
how's it
horizontal,
in,
it's not the end of the world. But there are examples in the neighborhood, and so I'd like to do that if we can.
can you
Um,
explain how it's installed? Is it like a board and batten but reversed, or what's the, how?
Just be the similar hardy board, and it's installed as siding. You'd have trim on the edges of both sides. It's not any. It's not going to be modern technology, or you know. I just aesthetically for me, I prefer the look of it, and I thought that if we can do that, that would be great. I think that it looks, especially for a home buyer or a homeowner, it would look a little bit more relevant to now. And it would cost more for us. But at the
Okay,
same
I
time,
guess I don't really understand how it's put together. Is it a sheet and then there's some pieces applied to it? It doesn't look like shiplap, does it?
No, T111
Is that what it says?
There's
T1,
the-
oh, it is T111?
by sheet.
I just
Yeah.
can't read it. I can't on my.
I'm
Yeah, it's
sorry.
just, it's
That-
called
but
pound
that's what it
style
is.
T111, which is a sheet. It's a plywood
But-
looking sheet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but that's not, is T111?
No, so, you know, this is T111, and it is prevalent in McCrory Heights as a little accent on the front elevation of many houses. But when you look at like side elevations, they have lap siding and gable ends.
Okay.
And then the other split levels also have, the horizontal siding. So perhaps, appropriate on like additions, like
Sure.
one-story addition, but maybe not for a main house. And it's not a product we have ever approved as like a primary
Thank you.
on a main.
Okay.
On a shed, like a
Sure.
prefab shed, yeah, but not on like a main house.
What, I don't remember, 1615 also is not in the 360-degree.
Well, then it doesn't,
That one.
that looks different than T111 to me. I had a 70s ranch and it had T111 on it. Okay, no, that's good. And then, so driveways, and might be for the commission as well, but I know that in this neighborhood, they'd have the typical carport, and I do know that a couple of the houses that we've reviewed and seen have had garages. But how do you deal with the driveways and such? Because in our particular guidelines, says that typically the driveways are pretty narrow still. Are there different standards for Macquarie Heights when it comes to driveways and parking?
I think from what I've seen that they vary. There are 2-car garages in Macquarie Heights.
I know there's some, but I just want to know what our standard, I'm wondering about our standards, just because I feel like that's such a dominant.
It is in chapter 3, talking about McCrory Heights.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I was
about-
looking at, okay.
And, also looking at the established neighborhood pattern. So I pulled up Google Street View to help. This is right across the street. They have a double driveway that
Okay.
goes to the front and the side.
Okay.
And then you're also right, like they have an attached front carport here that just stops kind of at the front.
Okay.
So those are, this is the lot we're talking about right here. And then, of course, right next door, they also have a similar situation up front.
It just seems like there's a lot more single. That's all. That's the only reason why I was kind of asking.
Yeah, there are. There
But
are.
there are definitely more single, but at the same time, it's not outside of Macquarie Heights' purview to have a 2-lane driveway. That is, I think, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find, I think on Mulberry. Sorry, I'm trying to.
Do you have an address, Cam?
No, I'm sorry, it's not Mulberry.
All the houses on Mulberry are new construction.
No, I'm sorry, not those.
A lot of the double driveways are like on corner lots on like the side.
Condon has one. Condon has the 2-car garage.
What's the address?
I think that's 809 Condon, maybe.
Did you have that?
When I go on Google Maps, I'm not sure exactly if it's giving me the right address.
Did not like that.
I'm sure I can. I maybe I should have. I didn't realize that was going to be an issue. I could have.
No, it's
Right,
not. I
and-
was just asking for reference purposes because we just don't see a lot of them.
Right.
And so I want to make sure that okay. And then contextual height. I know that there's a lot of split levels across the street. Can you just compare the height of your structure to
Yeah,
height of the historic?
we're at 23. Hold on. We're at 23, and then on the higher split level part.
Mhm.
I guess the houses next to us are at 15.5, so we're definitely a bit higher than them. But directly across the street, the 30 doesn't count. Directly across the street, we're at 22 and 2 inches, 25 and 8 inches, and then 25 feet. So we use that to especially the house directly across the street that's at 22 and 2 inches. You know, if we're at 23 and I'm sorry, no, if we're at 23 and 6 inches, I thought that we were within a reasonable limit of that, especially when the two next to that house are higher.
The houses right next to you on either side are 15. So
Right.
even the lower split level is higher, is taller.
But there's
than-
also instances in Macquarie Heights
Hold on,
where
hold on.
there's
I
a
didn't
split
finish.
level next
Wait,
to
Cam,
I'm
I didn't finish my
I'm
question.
sorry.
Even the lower split level is higher, is taller than the two houses and the rest of the houses on the same side of the street.
Yes.
So I guess a question, I mean, I get the houses across the street you're within that height range, but if I'm next to you, then that feels significantly taller than what my house is. Because can you speak to that?
My point of that is that within Macquarie Heights, that occurs quite often. Maybe not within those 5 houses that we're looking at, but within Macquarie Heights, there are split levels next to 15-foot tall houses.
Yes.
And so that's why we went with it, and we didn't think that there was, I mean, yes, like this picture right here, there's a split level here that's probably at least 23 tall versus one that's 15. And they don't look out of place next to each other.
So I guess
that's why we decided to do that. And also, I mean, I have to say, because the lot in the back slopes down, and there's only with Charlotte today, land isn't cheap. Doing brick on a house isn't cheap. I can't build a house that's 15.
Yeah, so Cam, I'm just gonna interrupt you because
I know that's not part of your purview.
yeah, it's not. And
But
this house, the other houses that you were talking about, these are not in the context of, because I think this house, I don't know where this house is, but
This is on Madison. It's further down the street.
yeah, so that's not in the context of where your house is. So while we recognize that there are other houses that are split level and next to lower level houses, we have to look at the context of where you are trying to build.
To support you,
Okay.
too, Shauna.
I'm sorry.
You mentioned the lower level eaves.
Yeah,
You know,
eave heights.
aligning right here on
Mhm.
these other split levels.
Mhm.
So I think that speaks, even though it's not direct context, it's talking about the relationship between these larger structures compared to the shorter structures that you were getting at.
Yeah. So can you tell us what the ceiling heights are and the different levels?
Yes. The ceiling height in the floor plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have
Garage level,
few.
the main living space on the right and the second floor.
So if you go to the floor plan, when you walk in, the office and foyer are 9 feet. And then you walk down the stairs and it's 11 feet for the living area. And then it goes back to, I think I think it's 9 feet for the split level for the 2-level side.
So the garage is has a 9-foot ceiling height.
The garage, I think, will depend on the grade. The ceiling height in the garage will depend on the grade. But on the second floor, and then it depends if we need stairs to go into the hallway there behind the garage.
You said that the lot slopes down in the back. Have you done a grade? Do you have a grade of the property? The elevation is showing that it's level, so.
It's level where the house is being built,
Okay.
but just past the house, it slopes down quite a bit.
Okay, so basically you're picking the finished floor of the house based on the grade. And the main part of the right-hand side is on the same, the whole floor system is on the same plane except for the foyer and the office on the first floor.
I'm sorry, could you give me 1 second?
Sure.
So sorry. Yeah.
What's the deal with these people? Well, while he's gone, I basically would just like, the whole reason I'm asking all these questions is because the soffit height and the roof lines don't relate directly to the houses on either side. And that's what Christy was showing on that other house. So that's why I was trying to get a feel for the elevations. Yeah, well, and so realistically, you know, the houses around him are gonna be 8-foot ceilings.
I'm sorry, I'm right back.
Okay, it only looks like it's, you know, about a foot above, but it does impact the presence of that facade.
Do you mind repeating that since he had stepped away so that if he needs to respond?
Oh, sure, yeah. So the reason why I was asking you about the ceiling heights and for the different floor plans is because when we look at that Zatwell, the soffit heights of your house don't line up with the soffit heights of the houses around you. And the ceiling heights typically have an impact in that. And because your drawings aren't necessarily being represented appropriately with grade, I think that it gives us a skewed visual of how tall your structure is going to be in relationship to the people around you. The way that you have it drawn and the way that the Zatwell is shown, your house is actually sitting below grade. And so that's not very realistic. The garage is, unless you have some special trick that you're gonna do, I think that it would be very helpful for us to see what the real grade is. Because your garage is not gonna be set below grade. And if this is appropriate, you're not gonna have 5 steps going up into your house. So I just think that that's important for accurate representation.
Well, there's 5 steps going, because the garage is the foundation for the, if you look at the floor plan, the foundation for the foyer and the office will be built up much higher than anywhere else. Everything else, the foundation, I forget, I'm sorry, exactly how much, but I think it's about a foot, or I think it's a foot over the grade. And we'll excavate so that we can have all of our HVAC utilities in a crawl space. And then, so the office and foyer are set up so that we can make this as a split level. 'Cause it's almost, we did it as.
I
almost a-
understand. I'm just saying, if you relate that back to the street, is there a grade from the street that's being shown on the Zatwell to where your house is sitting? And if it is, that presents itself differently. I understand that there you have a crawl space and your floor system is elevated as you come in, and that's what's creating the look of the split level. But what I'm saying is right now your house is sitting below the street. Can you see that?
At the front of
Says
the street.
pavement
At the front of
edge
the
is
street,
above.
it does slope down in the front before it gets to the house.
Right, so that means that your grade is
At
not,
least
flat and the grade that you're showing on your elevations is not appropriate. It's not true. It's not a true representation of the grade, so that we're gonna look at the house differently.
Okay. So how would you like us to get that done?
Well, if you're giving us dimensions from grade and grade is different than what you're showing, you're gonna have to figure out where grade is.
Okay.
So if you go to your exterior elevation, side elevation now, on either the right or the left,
Yes.
you're showing that as completely flat. But we know that the street, right, is higher. So what's the ground doing above, in between the street and the front of your house?
I think the ground in the front is the same, but it's the same with the neighboring houses. At where the building site would be, when we line up the houses at the same line, then the grade is the same with the neighboring houses.
Okay, so if that's the case, it's not represented like that on the Zatwell. I just want to make sure that your house isn't going to sit 2 feet taller than you have it drawn. On the Zatwell.
I have to, okay, yeah, I mean, I can check with that, but I think it might sit.
So
I don't know. I mean, that's not that honestly. I mean, that's not my area of expertise.
Sure.
I would think that it would be 2 feet lower. I didn't know that the others were. As I said, that's not my area of expertise. But it's if that's the height of the house, it's probably lower. 'Cause I know the street dips at least a couple feet. Before we get to where the footings would be.
So if the grade is being represented correctly, that just means that it's sloping down towards your house. I just don't want to, I just don't want your house to get elevated and then it be 3 feet taller than, or 2 feet taller than we think that it's going to be. So if what's presented
Oh no,
in
I think
this,
it's I think it's going to be lower than what it would be presented to be.
well, that would actually benefit you. So I just think that it would make sense for it to be accurate. The reason I'm saying this is because we like the soffit heights to line up with each other. And so if you have an 11-foot wall and your neighbor has an 8-foot wall, they are not going to line up with each other. So I just think contextually, we need to make sure that some of these things are being represented properly so that we can make good decisions for you.
No, that's fine.
The applicant needs to come back with.
Do they all line up on the street?
Site sections? Yeah. On the elevations especially?
Limburger.
Yeah, I'd like to circle back, Cam, and go back to what we, just to take this to the very beginning, simple way that we review this. And that Zoutwell is a huge, that drawing, that slide that's up there, that's a huge piece of information for us when we evaluate projects and applications. That says a lot about the context, which is the number one thing that Chapter 6 of our standards addresses, which is it states in the preamble, the goal for creating a new building within historic district should fit in and not stand out. The design of a new home should respect and not compete with its historic neighbors. The scale, mass, and size of a building defines its relationship to surrounding historic structures more than the decorative details. So that's in the preamble. And then in the context, for proposed new single-family structures, the context is defined as a 360-degree view from the sidewalk in front of the subject parcel. So I understand that you're looking at the houses across the street. Definitely the one that's on the corner is not applicable because it's not a historic structure. It's a new structure. But then when you get into massing and complexity of form, which is 6.8, relate massing to those of existing adjacent historic houses. For instance, if a street is primarily colonial revival style with simple massing, do not introduce a new building with complex massing. Use forms for new construction that relate to the forms of the majority of surrounding buildings. But then we go into 6.9, height and width. The height of and width of a new building must be compatible with historic buildings within a 360-degree range of visibility. So when we look at this, and this is significantly higher than the houses adjacent to it, it's a massing and scale and context question for us before we even look at the other details. And what Commissioner Wojcik is saying, she's seeing also a grade issue that could, and the presentation of the grade that could affect that also directly. So it's not just figuring out the grade, it's that the context, it's pretty tall. It's overpowering your neighbor to the left, and it's even taller to your neighbor on the right, which isn't as challenging for us probably as the left side.
Okay. Okay. I said when I read those same exact things, I took that to be a 360-degree view, which would be the houses across the street as well. So we're saying that for this lot,
You can take the 360. It's just you need to be conscientious of what's happening on either side of you as well. Just because there's you can't tower over your neighbors and feel out of proportion to them. So you can take the 360, but you still have to have similar
no, of course, and I
design
understand
details
that.
as the people on
I
either
didn't
side
mean
of
to at
you.
all. And that's I did not. That's I thought that we did that. So this is new knowledge to me, and that's fine. I thought that we could use the houses across the street and then also use other houses, which is a 360-degree purview, and then we could also use other houses within the neighborhood. But it's fine. So, what I just want to know, even so, should this house not be split level? Does it need to be the ranch?
No.
Just before we,
At
if you guys want to tell me that now, like,
As we're approaching the design, we're looking at these blocks. Do you see these blocks that are on this elevation? You have you have a rectangle, a square, you have triangles. Basic proportions in scaling. If you look at yours are much bigger than the ones that are next to you. There's nothing that says you can't do a split level because you've got split levels in your neighborhood. But if you scale your split level next to their split level, yours is much bigger. You need to be in the same proportion of space.
right? But I'm telling you, within McCrory Heights, there's split levels next to ranches.
Yeah, and that
That's
we're not saying you can't. We just, yours is presenting itself taller and
But we're not
bulkier.
even as tall as the houses across the street.
Okay, well,
I'm
right
sorry.
now,
I'm sorry. I promise. I don't mean to be argumentative. I prefer not to.
I don't think you're being argumentative. I'm just trying to explain to you what we look at from a massing standpoint. That's the big
Yes, ma'am.
picture. So you've got context and you've got massing, and then we go overall to scale width, height, and then we go into scale because there's more design details that can be utilized. So I'm just saying, look at your geometric shapes and compare them and make them similar to the geometric shapes that are around you. That's the easiest way that I could explain it in terms of mass. If you have a cube and there's a cube next to you, make your cube similar in size. If you have a triangle next to you, make your triangle similar in size. That's the best way that I can describe it.
Right. I know, I see that, but then, so my question to you would be, how could I make a split level house
We can't design it.
into a rectangle that's a ranch?
You
You
can
can't,
still,
can
you can still use other your structure's a couple of feet too tall. How about that? In
Okay.
comparison to the things that are around you, even across the street.
I would add that Commissioner Wojcik's analysis with you about and asking you about the ceiling heights, that maybe they're ambitious for what you're trying to do.
Well, we did a low sloped roof to accommodate that.
My.
Okay,
But-
so we,
and
so
I didn't-
are there any other questions outside of context? I mean, I think we start big picture and there has to be some redesign. So is there any other questions?
I also have a question. Would we approve a garage in the front? We would. Okay.
In this neighbor, yeah,
Okay.
this neighborhood.
That, I was just gonna say we should say that now. That was a good question.
Yes.
I
There's a
would
way.
say that one of the big things that we need to review this project is site sections with the actual grade relative to the elevations, the side elevations of the house. And
So if we, so I'm sorry, Steve, if we have the grade of this, so pretty much this house would work if the eaves are in line with the, or
So let me just, we can't tell you what would and wouldn't work. What we are saying is that the house is too tall. So with that information, and we're about to close for deliberation, if there's no other questions. So you can hear the rest of the conversation that we are about to have when we are closed, which means we're talking, then, but I think the biggest thing that you're going to hear is from a massing and size that the house is too tall for your neighbors. Anything else before we close?
I would just, Mr. Singh, this is Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes, sir.
No matter how this particular application ends up, I would urge you to make use of staff in however this application goes forward or not. They are experts in the field and they will be able to assist you so that your plans can more align with the standards that this body uses to evaluate this particular application and any applications that potentially come before it later. So please rely on the staff. They're your friends in this particular situation.
Can I explain to you guys what my fear is and why I'm so concerned about the
Can you
grade?
do it when we're closed?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, I thought we were.
No, not yet. Okay, we are now closed for deliberation.
So I just want to explain this because I don't think it's obvious. So if you look at the floor of the garage, it's actually below what they're calling the pavement. And then when you go to the right-hand side, there's a letter that says grade, and I can't really read it. And so I can't really tell where the grade is at the house and where the grade is at the road and how that's going to engage with the front of the house. So if I was just looking at this without understanding that there was distance in which you could manipulate the grade, that would be the garage would be below grade based on what that drawing is. If that happens and they need to build it, they're gonna move the floor of the garage up. And when they do that, that house is just gonna get 2 feet taller than it is in that design. So that's why I'm stuck with questioning the grade situation as much as I am just looking at that and knowing that all of the soffits and things are just a little bit higher. And that's why I was asking about the ceiling heights, because it will appear to tower over his neighbors if you go with an 11-foot ceiling height or a 9-foot ceiling height next to an 8-foot ceiling height because of the way that the roof lines are. So
I think it's so important to have site sections
yeah.
with vertical dimensions to the eave height and to the ridge heights. on all 4 elevations.
And that's why we always ask for grade to ridge when we refer these things, because, so anyway, that's why I was being so questioning, so asking so many questions.
So just to jump on that, this is, agree 100%. This is a prime case that we would see in 12 to 16 months of after the fact because of this situation. I personally don't have a problem with a split level going here and being taller than either house on either side.
Yes.
I think that's fine. It just needs to be done proportionally and appropriately.
Yes. And that's my reference to triangles and rectangles.
The detailing on the siding and like, I'm assuming it's a architectural detail. One fascia looks like it's maybe 12 or 14 inches tall, and the other one looks like it may be 4 inches. So there's a lot of details there that staff could work through. I mean, T111, whether it's hardy or not, it's not gonna happen. But that's detail down the road. But I 100% agree. I'm all right with split level. It's primed to come back in front of us in a year or two as an after the fact if this is not figured out now.
Yeah.
Well, I think, in my opinion, there's a couple of things that are key factors on this. That it's not a split level.
Yeah, right.
It is
just
a
designed
two-story
to
house with
level.
a one-story piece tacked onto the side. You just happen to climb up 5 sets of stairs to get to the front door.
Yeah.
You go back down the same 5 sets of stairs to get to the main level of the house.
Yes.
Traditionally, a split level was utilized to take advantage of a sloped site
Right. Which is,
that where you would either not have to fill in or to have a level first floor. This seems like a mostly level site side to side as opposed to front to back. So this would be more attuned to a split level front to back historically than a split level side to side. That aside, a split level house would not traditionally be provided with 9-foot ceilings on the first floor or the second floor.
yes.
Which is also accommodating to the overall height of the house.
Yes.
And is apparent on sheet, and I am in the supplement sheet. Where am I at?
What elevation are you on? I can help.
I'm
with
looking, it's 8, sheet 8.
Okay.
Sheet 8 as well as sheet 9. If you look at the original application sheet, page number, we can start at page number 11. Let's start at page 14. Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. So if you see how the heights inside the room, inside the space are low and basically engage the tops of the windows to the bottom of the soffit trim. It is exactly the same on page 15. It is exactly the same on page 16. It is exactly the same on page 17, 18, and 19 of the sample images. When your ceiling height gets too high, either you have to have very high windows or they disengage, as is shown on the building elevations supplement, page 8 and 9. So that would be outside of the standard split level, mid-century split level design nomenclature for the style. Also, the style itself is a very simple style. As Commissioner Taylor mentioned, there's a lot of details going on that you wouldn't necessarily see in a mid-century split level. But again, this is not a split level, so it's kind of a discussion of oddities.
So you made a comment that it wouldn't be the ceiling height that would be for a split level. What would the ceiling height?
Usually at that period, you're around 8 feet max.
Yeah.
Now, with the split level, one of the things you did have is because you did have different heights within the same volume, you would have potential for higher ceiling heights within some spaces, but when you're talking about stacked spaces, they would be roughly around the 8 feet.
Yeah. And he can get ceiling heights by vaulting inside. They don't have to be impactful to the outside.
So personally, I think the fact that it's not a split level, pretending to be a split level is working against the perceived volume and height of the house.
I agree.
You know, outside of the math that it is somewhere between 9.5 and 7.5 feet taller than its neighbor, based on the elevations provided on the streetscape survey. I think that's making it appear as much taller than it actually. Well, more taller than it should be, not than it actually is, because the numbers say that it is. That's all I have to say.
All right, anybody else?
It's not here. You guys want me to make a motion? Alrighty. So, I'm just gonna ask about context for everyone. I feel like a split level is appropriate for the street and the neighborhood. I want to know if you guys all think that that's something that needs to be. I feel like contextually, we're good, setbacks are good, spacing is good, orientation is good. I feel like we get to massing and it starts to go downhill. I just want to make sure I'm addressing. Okay. All right, so we would like to continue this application as it is. Hold on, where's my vocabulary words? Continue as this application proposed project is incongruous with the following standards. And we are looking at chapter 6 on 6.19 is the basic criteria that we start with when we're evaluating projects. And as we get into massing, which is 6.8, height and width 6.9, and potentially scale 6.10, we would ask the applicant to restudy those and take into consideration the heights of the existing homes within his 360-degree, which also means the heights of the walls, the heights of the soffits, the heights of the ridges, so that they're compatible with his fellow neighbors.
All right, there's a motion made by Commissioner Wojcik. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stanley. Any discussion? Okay, we will take a vote. Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0.
Okay, thanks, Cam. We will send you a continuation letter and we'll work with you on the next iteration of this project. The next project on our agenda is 1414 The Plaza. And I believe the applicant is in the room with us. David, do you want to come on up? And I know you've been here a minute. Let me fix our screen here. Great. This application is at 1414 The Plaza. It's for an addition and an accessory structure. On slide 7 shows the location of it mid-block. There was a previous addition done to this house early 2018 it was completed, but it was completed in 2018. It was, I think, reviewed and approved in 2016, 2017. The applicant has also provided supplement information, which I think I accidentally closed. And the supplement information answers some of the questions on the staff memo. Specifically wanting to point out that one of the questions on the staff memo was about replacement windows. And the supplement has confirmed that they are seeking replacement windows on the entire house. So the supplement, starting on page 13, has the answers to those questions. With that, David, you've been sworn in. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. Would click that so it's green. And let me know where to go. We're on slide 9.
Okay. Hi, my name is David Coxon. My address is 508 Larkin Place, Charlotte. And I am representing the owners of 1414 The Plaza. I'm an architect at Cunningham Quill Architects. And I think we can go to the original presentation. I'll just kind of walk everyone.
Yep, we're on slide 9 of the original presentation.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. So this is a 1940s American small house with, as was stated, has a rear addition that is the same height as the existing home's roof ridge. The house is, you know, a cottage, Cape Colonial Revival, like kind of a simple details. The owners purchased the house in 2020. They love the home. They came to us with some program prompts for expanding the living space. The previous addition gave them a family room on the lower level and kind of a master suite on the second floor. But, you know, a little bit of a tight proportions for both, kind of shallow and kind of skinny. So we have studied with them ways to provide an addition from bumping out the existing addition about 8 feet and then doing a connector piece and a pavilion off of that to be subordinate to the original house and also subordinate to the addition. So we can move forward. So we're kind of talking about, yeah, I guess we can do the site plan one more up. Yep, there we go. So you see on the left is the existing, the right is the proposed. So the idea is to bump out this existing addition about 8 feet and then have a bay off of that. Right now, we have pictures in the packet. Right now, there's a kind of a gable eave trim to make it look like there's kind of shed dormers on this addition, but the addition really is just a shallower roof pitch with the eave addition. And we wanted to kind of change that up a bit and extend this addition out and then provide a bay off the back of that, which leads to the connector into the pavilion, which you'll see in a few slides. The other thing that we look at here in the proposed addition is, you know, this really is, you know, what we want it to be is a first-class preservation and renovation project. Obviously, we're proposing some additions here, but the owners love this house. There's some repairs and things to do to the interior of the house. The windows obviously are in different conditions of disrepair and cracks and some things that they just want to move forward with the replacement. And to do that, we would certainly work with mill workers and window manufacturers to do replacement windows, which match the profile, the light pattern, the material, all wood windows, of course. And the rest of the window package is wood as well. The driveway would be extended back. Right now, it's the kind of traditional concrete two wheel tracks with gravel in the middle. The existing driveway, and once you get past the gate into the back of the house, is like 57 stone. It's kind of a mess, and we really want to treat this as a holistic renovation and really beautify all aspects of the site and the house. So we're proposing to continue a driveway that expresses the wheel tracks, wheel treads all the way back to a pad to the addition in the back right corner, the garage addition, doing it out of brick pavers that are permeable with gravel in between. So moving forward, please. And we can go maybe, you can leave it here. This is really a kind of a hybrid site plan, first floor plan. We have a first floor plan coming up in a second. But you see the other challenge with the clients is currently the addition on the back is this family room. There's no formal way to get into the house. They have large dogs. They have things that they want to do moving from the yard to the house, and there's no proper mudroom or transition to get from the backyard into the house. So what we're proposing with the addition on the right is to actually give, through this connector, the piece that connects the back of the addition to the pavilion to the north of it, page north, is to provide a formal transition, a mudroom that leads into a kind of butler's pantry that leads into the kitchen. And we are not touching the existing house as far as interior additions or exterior additions other than the windows. This is a good view to see how we are treating these additions and the site itself. We are looking at ways to get back to gable forms and more of a subordinate scale to the original house, but meanwhile, solving programmatic desires for the clients. So once you get into the connector, the pavilion space is this dining room for them, as well as kind of a flexible space with a covered porch that's off to the actual north of the site, with bluestone, all really high quality materials as well. And we can talk about the material package when we get to the elevations. The garage in the back right corner, but before that, there's the idea of we're proposing to lose one tree. It's a dogwood that's not doing very well. It's not very big, but it's where the covered porch is. But the proposal is to put in an alley of trees with outdoor dining situation with pea gravel around it. So really kind of a lovely transition from the covered porch to the alley with a walkway that leads to the garage, and the garage is a 2-story, really 1.5-story space, 2-car garage with a space above for the clients. This is the elevation. This is really a site section showing height from grade. The existing ridge of the existing house is 24.8. The height of the pavilion is 17.7 from grade, and the height from the grade to the garage ridge is 22. I think 22, I can't read it, 24, I think. Go to the 22.1, sorry.
Did you have that extra information that you added in the supplement about all the heights?
Well, that was a clarification because there was a,
Slide 14 of the supplement.
yeah, and I can answer that. There was a clarification for the question, which actually the height of the pavilion is 17.7. The question was the second floor ceiling is shown as 17.4, but that's actually from the top of the first floor, which we're marking as 0. The height of the pavilion is 17.7 from minus 1.83, which is the grade. So that was a clarification made in the supplement. So all shorter than the existing ridge of the existing house and the previous addition. These are the existing elevations and the proposed, showing the existing windows being proposed to be replaced with new wood windows that match. Next, please. This is a diagram elevation showing in red is kind of the hatch red is above is the addition from it was finished in 2018. Below, and it has the kind of clerestory windows. The plan is a little wonky, and we really need to redo the plan on the second floor, which leads to some window proposed adjustments. Everything to the right of the dashed red line, vertical line, is proposed with some windows that are being added to that existing addition, which match the window proportion on the existing house. We have a new door there that leads into the mudroom. And here you can see the connector, which is a one-story kind of glassy bracket between the bay coming off of the addition and the pavilion. We really want this to read as light and, just as a true kind of glassy connector that doesn't read as a heavy piece, but the materiality of the base is brick, which continues. There's an existing brick base on the existing house. We are looking to pick a brick, which we have in the supplemental information, that is it's not an exact match, but we wanted to have a brick that fits in the same family and looks like a newer brick. The pavilion elevation we're showing as on this elevation is expressed with these extruded or projecting bays, these dormer bays with windows on them, both a clerestory style window and a window at the principal elevation, and then French doors between them. There's a programmatic reason that we're doing that. There's a desire to have this driveway not just be a driveway, but actually be, this is a couple that's very connected to the neighborhood. They want to have get-togethers and parties with their neighbors, and they're looking at this driveway as another way to have kind of an outdoor space which connects to this pavilion. This pavilion is supposed to be all year round and be open and flexible and not just a one-sided type of program. So that's the reason we've got the French doors there between the windows and have this glassier face on that side. Then we can move forward. This is the east elevation, which you're looking at the rear of the house above. This is the addition. You see kind of the faux gable eave trim that was put on above. We are carrying that kind of dormer or carrying that addition footprint forward, but we're ending it with a bay, and the bay is in more of the language of the connector and the pavilion for an architectural purpose, to really express that juxtaposition between old and new. Even if that's the 2018 edition, we really wanted to have it honor the scale and the quality of architecture, but also be something that doesn't feel disjointed from itself. So the bay is supposed to be read as the kind of the first connection to the connector piece, and then to the pavilion, and then to the garage beyond that. You see the bay has some taller windows. This is east facing, and below we are kind of carrying the same idea of this double French doors, but with proportions of the divided light, which we think are more in keeping with the spirit of the house. This is the north elevation, looking kind of back into the covered porch area and patio. There's a series of outdoor spaces that are connected to the house and meant to really, highlight this inside, outside, outdoor, indoor theme. The garage plan, garage elevations. One of the comments here was to make sure that the staff comments was to make sure that there's a 4-inch trim between the windows at the dormer. We have updated that. A lot of the comments, which are good questions and clarifications from the staff, we've answered and already updated in the drawings. So either clarification with dimensions or with trim or graphics that needed to be clarified. So a lot of that's in the supplemental packet. I should say here, because I didn't mention it before, the exterior materials are lap siding, artisan hardy panel, which plank siding, which is really what the existing house has now, the existing addition has now. As to carry that forward, you can see that here with a brick base and a row lock top to the brick base. And we are proposing a standing seam metal roof here to stand apart from the kind of asphalt shingle of the addition. And, you know, to really kind of highlight that this is, you know, a homogeneous addition that's honoring and kind of trying to speak to the addition in a different way. This is a 3D view looking down the driveway and a 3D view, axon view looking back. Porch column detail, the covered porch. And we have our typical window trim, typical window, existing and proposed window sizing. We also, one of the questions was about the doors. We did a similar page in the supplemental package to show door sizing. Thank you. And these are wood doors. We're working with Sierra Pacific for the wood doors and wood windows. A question about the garage door specifications. We are looking at a wood garage door. This is the all wood construction, and they have different light patterns. This is Clopay, and we are working with them to come up with a, you know, a light pattern that matches or best speaks to the rest of the proposed additions. Permeable pavers, this was asked what the specification is for the driveway. Tire treads, these are permeable pavers. That's all going to be permeable the whole driveway leading up to the concrete pad in front of the driveway. There's a small section of gate. This couple has two large active dogs, and right now there's a real issue. There's a real calculus to how they get in and out of the house right now, and with these dogs. So, and they can get out, and it's a fear for them. So the idea here is to have the driveway really be, and the sequence of getting in and out of the house be made to be separate from the experience of the backyard. So there is a small section of gate between the pavilion and the driveway. I'm sorry, the pavilion and the garage, and there's a gate that leads there. So we're looking at just a really simple, understated, but handsome aluminum pre-finished picket fence. This is the brick that we're looking at. This is General Shale, old tavern with old colonial type and mortar. And the existing brick on the house is very brown. And it's got a little bit of a variety to the bricks. Some are darker. There's a little bit of burgundy in it, but majority of it is brown. And so we wanted to kind of go with a brick that had less of a variety, more of a kind of just an understated, homogeneous look, but which played on the majority of the primary color of the existing brick. And I think that's it. There's, as far as the other questions, I think, oops, sorry, Kristen. I think the rest were just more dimensional clarifications and which we provided in the packet. But happy to answer questions and talk about things further.
We do have one that just popped up.
Hello, if you've called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, we are talking about application number 7-1414 The Plaza. Feel free to speak and introduce yourself. Okay, moving on.
All right. Any questions?
Can you tell me a little bit about the metal roof choice? It seems like it's on a substantial amount of the project.
Yeah, it's on the pavilion piece and the garage. And then the bays. So we wanted to move away from the shingle, asphalt shingle that's currently there and go with something that was a little less busy, that was that kind of stood apart from the existing house as a way to treat what's new as more of a homogeneous approach. And we've worked in a lot of historic districts that and there are metal roofs in Plaza Midwood, but it was an intentional decision to really kind of go with something that was not asphalt shingle. And that was a material that we like. It's Galvalume, aluminum, it's standing seam. It is very durable. It's a handsome material, and one that we like. But know that the house as it stands now is asphalt.
If I remember our standards, we don't typically use metal in large places. I know that we've used them as accents.
Mhm.
If there was what would you be your alternative if we requested a different material for the roof lines?
Yeah. Is the comment about aluminum or is it about all metal roofs in general?
It's about all metal roofs in general. Typically, we would use it as an accent in a small area, a bay or a detail, maybe even your bump outs for your bays, but typically we don't have them
Yeah.
as full roofs.
Okay. I would say an alternate that we would consider. Obviously, we consider. We're not going to die in the hill of the aluminum, but cedar shake, cedar shingle is something we've used. We really want to just kind of stay away from the asphalt, but cedar is something the goal here is to pick materials that have a chance to not be maintenance issues, that have kind of a long-term, durable nature to them. These are premium finishes. So, kind of the 20-year, 15-year asphalt shingle thing is not something I think we're excited about. But I think, cedar we've used. But I think the reason we weren't showing cedar is because it kind of seemed to us it wouldn't speak as well to the asphalt as something that's just a field is. You get the busy and two different busies. So, but I think that would be something we would be, kind of amenable to. There are other, ways to get, kind of a, if it's you said metal, I was going to say if it was just the aluminum look, there's copper, there's zinc, there's things that kind of could be looked at as well as alternatives, but they're obviously metal. So that's not answering your question, but I think cedar would be one when we looked at it originally as a primary option. We went with the metal for those reasons.
Okay. My only other question right now is the overall dimension of the existing house, the main box of the house. Do you have that documented anywhere by chance?
Let's see.
I was thinking the dominant front, not the not the.
So the front is, so the addition, the existing addition and the proposed bump out is 24 feet. So wide. So we're stepped in from that. The front of the house is much wider because it has that
Okay.
sunroom on the left,
Yeah.
on the north. I don't have the dimensions off the top of my head, or on the paper.
I'm asking specifically as I'm looking at the footprint of the pavilion and the covered porch area in relationship back to the existing house in itself, and I'm looking at just the big square, not the little sunroom on the left. But if
Yeah, I
you
see what you're saying. Yeah.
compare kind of the existing structure of the main first floor of the house, and then you take that over to the pavilion and the covered porch area,
I can stand. Sorry, you're just saying that.
yeah, basically, I mean, so I guess when I'm looking at it, when I think about a house proportion, that pavilion has, well, I shouldn't even say proportion. It appears to me that the footprint of the pavilion and the covered patio or porch is actually bigger than the footprint of the house, the historic part of the house. And so that's what I was trying to compare to
Yeah,
see.
sure.
Um,
So it's 32 feet. The pavilion itself is 16 feet and the covered porch is 16 feet. So it's 32 feet. The existing house is probably, I think I know we're less than it, either less or we're the same, because we actually did that study
mhm,
internally.
mhm.
And we could probably just do this isn't scientific, but
I was gonna say, I did a non-scientific of this to this,
Yeah, it
and
was-
it seems similar. I just wanted to know if you knew the
Yeah.
number. I guess my biggest concern is, I do appreciate that there's offsets and transitioning, but that's in terms of the lot, that's the thing that kind of jumps out at me. And so I was just requesting a
Yeah.
little bit more information.
yeah, no, understood.
And then just the transition in style, I feel like the pavilion view from the driveway side is just much more complex than kind of the front elevation of the house. And, stylistically, it's very pretty, but it seems to be a different style. Can you kind of speak to how you got to that kind of look?
Yeah.
Or,
I can, and it certainly is stylistically, different than the front of the house. The front of the house is very, it's very plain. They have the steep slope gable entry. The intention for this is to make the additions feel like they're all part of a family, which is why you have those projecting bays. We have these kind of sheds that are seen throughout the three different bump outs. The bump out and the pavilion and then the garage all are intended to speak together. So that elevation, the intention was for that to feel more open and with these projecting bays as a way to kind of give rhythm to that addition and not have, kind of tacked on looking dormer gables, which they could this scale would look kind of odd. So we expressed these dormers as more projections that came down the elevation to give it, some real architecture versus the kind of a more of a typical dormer approach. And putting, as I was talking about earlier, putting French doors between those to make this feel like it's really an open elevation, which is intentional from a programmatic standpoint. So, yeah, it certainly is not, as simple as, kind of the brick punch openings that are on the front. But the intention was for this to really speak to the old and the new and have the new feel like it was really not disjointed or not extending the And I guess this is really at the heart of it. It was not having the house feel like it's now all of a sudden being pulled back and it's much bigger than it actually is. It's a way to contain that the house is this. Even the new addition that's existing is much a different scale and architecture than the house. You know, it's a total foreign thing. But it does keep the purity of the original house because you have this big kind of flatter roof rear addition. So we're kind of continuing that language, which we're not going to try to copy what was done in the small American house from the 40s and trying to just have the new be, more homogenized and still honoring the scale and the architecture of the existing.
Thank you.
Any I guess just to follow up on what Commissioner Wojcik was saying, one of the standards that we have is around making sure the design of the new addition is compatible with the existing building. And so it sounds like you wanted it to be different. Is that what you're saying?
No, I compatible is compatible with the whole house. And, what we're doing is we're continuing a lot of the same, using the same siding. We have the brick-based detail, which is continuing. What's different, I think, what you're kind of keying on is maybe the metal roof and the dormer. But everything else is really, it's what we didn't want to do is just keep continuing the rear addition into this, ginormous addition. We wanted to kind of break these into smaller scales, but the compatibility we think is there. It's just, it's not copying the front elevation.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I'm just curious, what is your roof on the connector?
I'm sorry?
What's the material on the connector?
It's the same siding. So it's where we have solid, it's siding. We've got glass doors and side lights, fixed windows. But the siding is the Hardy Artisan and then the brick base. And then are you talking about the coping?
Well, I'm talking about the actual roof on the connector.
The roof, yeah.
Yeah.
So the roof we have we've looked at this a couple different ways, but we think this is, it could be a flat roof or it could be a metal roof, but we are showing more of a parapet, aluminum parapet condition. And we thought what we're looking at is the potential to do a green roof there. The owner's bathroom and master suite overlooks this. We don't want to be overlooking roof drains and caca. So we're thinking a green roof would be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be open to going back to the metal roof?
Issue? I think that's
Sure.
a challenge for us just from a standards
Yep.
standpoint. Would you be open to matching the house and just using metal on the dormers or just as accents like you have on the window
Yeah.
there on the end?
Yeah.
Would you be amenable to that?
I think if we were to do something different, I wouldn't do a metal dormer with the asphalt shingle gable. I think we'd want to keep that like one consistent material and really kind of calm this down. I think it could be cedar, and if that's something you guys would be amenable to, we'd rather not do asphalt. I think it's the cheapest option. And I think, there would be some savings there, but I think from a look perspective, I just don't, we'd rather get away from that. And I think that's why the reason we're showing the metal roof is all the reasons I stated. I know it's not necessarily the one you might see so often, but I also think it is in the neighborhood, and it is something that, these are all kind of outbuildings that are more diminutive, and we're trying to make this feel like it's, handsome architecture and using high quality materials. I'd rather not do asphalt and then do metal dormers. But we can certainly work with you guys on this, and don't want to have that be the big sticking point on this, but.
Do you want to comment on the existing renovation and the addition? That, to me, the change in fenestration on both the right and left elevations are an improvement.
Yeah.
For sure, and are more in compliance and more of what we would want to see.
Yeah.
And those are visible, pretty visible elevations, so.
Yeah, and
That's good.
we don't have a second floor plan here, but we took great pains to design the interiors so the exterior windows would look like they really worked on this house. The existing windows are actually a part of the problem with how they live in that space. It wasn't well executed. I think that is something we're trying to reconcile with these plans.
If I could just remind the commission that they're also asking for window replacement on the historic house, replacing historic windows, and that you might want to have that discussion
Thank
before you
you.
close.
Do you have any documentation on the conditions of those windows?
We have photographs. We don't have like a survey that we probably would be, most helpful. But we have photos. We've been through it. We've looked at it with the owners. There are a number of issues. These are the previous owner did not maintain them very well, and they're they don't close. There's issues with many of the windows don't close completely, so there's gaps, there's cracking, there's water damage, mildew, and these things are not in the best condition. And
Have you had a restoration company come out and look at them?
not yet.
Okay.
No. And and there could be some that are better. There are some that are in better condition than others. Some are really in poor health, and the intention is not to replace them just for replacement's sake, is to replace them with windows that obviously match all the specs. These aren't off-the-shelf windows. We know that, but it is a big top of the list for the clients. They're really struggling with the existing windows living in this house as it stands.
Well, just to give you a heads up, you're gonna have to give us an awful lot of information for us to approve something like that. So I would say for next step purposes, really talk to staff and find out
Sure.
what documentation you need to start collecting.
Yeah,
Because that
understood.
is
Yeah.
important from our standpoint.
No, we don't do it lightly, and it's something we have done on numerous projects, and sometimes it's wholesale, sometimes it's specific windows. But yeah, we know it's an important part of the historic district.
I do know that in the Dilworth neighborhood specifically, there are a number of people that have consulted with and redone and through Double Hung and old restoration companies, and have really been pleased with what they've ended up with. So.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, we're working with a general contractor now. And that is something that we're trying to tackle next. We're, at this stage where we're getting, through design development, we're trying to get pricing reconciled. And part of it is to get to the GC on board to get these windows reviewed and surveyed, and get more documentation to Commissioner's point. So yeah, but that's next on our list to do.
What does that say tree to be removed? Was that on the site plan?
That's this little dogwood thing.
Oh, that's the dogwood you were talking about. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
we're planting 6 new trees back there, and we're
I
doing
see.
all new landscaping. and cleaning up the edge where the landscape will be much more. I mean, you can see, they've got that 57 stone and cracking patio and, they want to be able to use this space and be proud of it. And so, we are, going to be, putting a lot of effort into the yard.
Mr. Coxon, listening to your explanation of the design of the house and your client's desire to have it stand out from the existing primary structure. But I think Commissioner Bell read from our standards earlier. I just wanted to read a little bit of that again to preamble what I wanted to say about the addition. And that was, this is for standard 6.20 number 6. Make sure the design of the new addition is compatible with the existing building. New work should be differentiated from the old while being compatible with its massing, form, scale, directional expression, roof forms, and materials, foundation, fenestration, and materials. And just in looking at the designs, again, appreciating where your client wants to go. And you have that American small house, as you mentioned, which perhaps presents a more limited vocabulary with which to use. But the dormers on the primary structure are pretty steeply gabled, but they are gabled. And the dormers on the pavilion and then on the accessory structure are shed. And so there's sort of, and then there's the materiality, the materials too. So there's kind of some fundamental challenges that I have as one commissioner, just looking at our standards and evaluating.
All right, any other questions before we close for deliberation?
I don't think so.
Okay, we will now close.
I think my biggest challenge is the change in fenestration and rhythm from the main house on the pavilion and also the footprint of the pavilion in covered space. Those are the two things that are standing out to me. And then the roof materials. I don't, the dormer transition to the shed is, it just seems very busy and complex. So that's just my thought. The window sizes are different. I'm not opposed to more glass, and to reference Mr. Sullivan's comment earlier, you can be too matchy-matchy. No, I'm okay with a little variation, but to what extent is that variation?
I appreciate the dramatic change between you and existing. And think you could argue either way as far as the Secretary of Interior standards is concerned. I had another thought that I just lost it.
I love the glass connector. I think that that's a great way to show the definition between the new and the, I think that's always a nice way to transition from a new piece to an existing piece. I don't know.
I think the other thing I was going to say is because it's totally in the private realm, that there's more latitude to do whatever, not whatever, but to take a little bit more liberty design wise. Is my feeling. And then the garage is more in keeping with the existing home. And one of the things that I was thinking about is if the garage roof would match in material the historic home. And then the pavilion and the connector can be their kind of own entity as a secondary metal roof.
Do we do metal with different shapes? I know we don't do the standing seam, but there was a commercial building, condominium building that had a metal roof that looked like a tile or something.
Are there?
It was a Victorian and it had like the pressed tin.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking in Dilworth that,
Yeah. Yeah, it was
Um,
on East Boulevard. It was a
okay.
Victorian.
I just didn't know if, is there?
Also, like,
what
this
is
is like a colonial revival cottage, in mid-century.
I mean, you wouldn't use slate either, right?
No, it was very
That's too
simple.
fancy.
Yeah. The cedar shake, that would be more like plantation, true colonial revival, like 1880s
That's not-
buildings. Like even cedar shake wasn't used in the 40s. I mean, they used asphalt is what they used on these buildings in the 40s.
Yeah.
Like, even if it were like architectural shingle, like we allow that because that's not truly accurate, right? But that's what everyone's using these days. To be truly accurate, we'd require that 3-tab basic.
Oh, God.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there a perspective? I thought there was a perspective looking down the driveway. Yeah.
The accessory structure is also the same height as the house. Sure, it's about 22 feet.
17.7.
Yeah, 17.7.
That's
Sorry, not the
What's that?
pavilion, the garage, maybe. Oh, okay, my mistake.
Okay.
2 feet shorter.
Okay. Okay.
But then, like, normally 2 feet shorter. Normally, like accessory structures are sometimes staff approvable, but this one's like just a straight shot down the driveway. You see the whole thing.
Yeah.
I want to say I totally agree with Commissioner Stanley on, initially I thought that the garage, the structure had an asphalt shingle roof. I didn't see that the intent was metal, so I was embracing the fact that those two balanced each other. The fenestration matches, they speak the same language, and they anchor the ends of the property, and we have this pavilion inside of it with this connector that to me can be different. And I know we have a few projects that we've approved that are of a similar characteristic, but I remember one was on Hermitage fairly recently, maybe a year ago.
Shelley
yes.
Hughes
Yeah.
did one.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, it wasn't Shelley.
Oh, it wasn't?
No, it wasn't
It was
Shelley.
Meyer Greason.
It was Meyer Greason, and it was very similar. It was a very similar language to this, where the pavilion was very different. It's lower scale. It's in the private realm, as you said. So I think it can be different. I really like the fact that the garage does balance that all out and brings it home. So I think it works. And then I will go ahead and mention the house in Dilworth that was completely in the private realm, and we approved a very dramatically different addition to a Lewis Asbury house that was Tudor. So
I would agree. I mean, I think that the pavilion feels compatible. Compatible is a word that sort of links things together. It doesn't mean they're separate.
I mean, my comment would be that the original house being an American small house who had a Gothic revival parent somewhere. Um, that now, with the pavilion, we're kind of, introducing a third kind of a national house style, more like almost a rustic style. And then transition it back again to the American small house when we get to the ADU. I just wonder if there's not just some more of the elements kind of already within the Gothic / American small house style that could be transitioned into the pavilion. As far as the style goes. Page 20 of the original submittal. One of the things that I think is probably worth discussing is that we're taking what was a single-story house that was pretending to have dormers, and now we're basically just transitioning it fully, that previous addition to just fully to a 2-story house. That was pretending to be a 1-story house before. So now we're taking this addition and we're adding it and basically just turning this into a 2-story rear portion of the house, which whether we have an issue with that or not is worth discussion. And kind of the last thing I have is, based on the guidelines 8.4 number 7 that states no more than 50% of the rear yard as measured from the back of the original house shall be impermeable material, including the roofs of additions to original buildings, paving, decks, patios, pools, and accessory buildings, cannot be more than 50% of the rear yard from the original house. I looked at the calculations, and I don't. To me, it's not clear where the calculation is drawn from the original house, including the previous addition, all the patio space, the covered porch space, the pavilion space, the connector space, the driveway spaces, the ADU space, and anything else that I am missing. And the concrete pad in front of the garage. So I think that there should be at least be some clarification on the calculations of the rear yard impermeability based on item number 7.
On page 15, that left-hand side, that yellow is showing where he's using the calculation. So that's the 7,354. And then the blue is the permeable area after all of the design and additions, and it's 44.
So, and I would state that the left-hand front notch should not be counted.
I would, yeah.
That little sunroom off to the left is surely an addition at some point to the original house.
Yeah, Christy, wouldn't it just go straight across right there?
Typically, yeah.
But still, I mean, if they're at 40%, I think that little area is probably not gonna impact it. I know it's very deceiving. I didn't think that could be right as well.
You could add a little more information here if you're concerned, right? Like, what's the area of the connector? What's the area of, the addition? I think there's just new patio, rear addition, and garage. So like, they can break it down a little more if you want it to be.
Well, and two, on the area of the blue, there's some concrete that is the double lane drive aisle that is calculated, as well as the stone stepping pavers, which I think are excluded in number 7. The area to the left of the patios and new addition is not discernible to me whether that's landscaping or concrete, because they're similarly hatched. So I think that there's some just more detail in the area calculations based off of number 7. That at least at staff level should be reviewed.
So, I mean, overall, does anybody, I mean, if we start at the big picture, or I mean, the floor plan, is anybody concerned about the size of any of the structures? Footprint, height, width? I mean, that's kind of where we start, right? Nobody mentioned any of that, so I'm gonna say nobody has a problem with it.
So I guess I have two things to say, or one thing to say and one thing to ask. I think the applicant makes a compelling argument that being different, different from the main structure, but speaking as outbuildings or connectors or as a cluster of additions, I think he makes a compelling argument, however he worded that. It's not to say that there is a discussion that needs to happen around a two-story addition or changing a story and a half or whatever into a two-story addition. I think that's an accurate observation. Not to say that there shouldn't be some Gothic language on the pavilion, or there could be, there probably could be looked at. A question I have though is our standard on metal roofs says something that standing seams are accent pieces or on porches or whatever it is, secondary areas of the main roof. What would qualify as a secondary area of the main roof on this? What is an accent piece when you have so many square feet? I'm going back to Commissioner Stanley and Lineberger on, if the garage and the house is asphalt, does that make the pavilion and covered porch, is that number then in a ratio speak to our standards or not enough, or I don't know the answer to that. I'm wondering if we have any kind of
I
answer
think
to
that there's a clear ratio as far as what can be a metal roof, because I know of one project that was built about 12 years ago that was approved. There was a metal roof and a rear yard, an accessory building.
It was different design standards though.
Yes.
Yeah,
True.
yeah.
So I don't know. I don't want to say I feel, but I think there's probably a number or a feeling that like clearly this is a secondary accent piece to the primary structure, and then it becomes, yeah, okay, I can see metal roof. I kind of can't see it if you have two outbuildings that are all metal. I feel like those proportions are probably off at that point.
Commissioner Taylor, can you tell me where you found that? Because I was looking for that.
It's in our standards.
I know.
4.5,
Oh, okay.
bottom right-hand corner.
I started there.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a comment on the, it's the bottom right.
Well, and my original comment was that maybe the existing historic home remains asphalt as well as the detached garage, and then in
Supporting
between
that theory.
you have these accents of
I'm not
metal.
disagreeing with that. I'm just, that's what I'm saying, that like if this one's 50% and this garage is another 20%, does that mean the rest of the, whatever that 30% is okay? I don't, it's,
Well,
I'm making
not
numbers up,
ambiguous.
obviously, but
Yeah, it doesn't really
it's,
clarify.
but it says commonly found in districts, not commonly found, but used on porches, bay windows, and other secondary locations. That means that it's not part of the main roof. That means that it's an appendage.
right.
Secondary, doesn't say structure, it says secondary location. So that would be dormers, porches, bays,
Billions.
a pavilion that's as big as my house. So, yeah.
But the applicant,
Projects we look at, you could drop my house in them
Yeah.
and not find it.
Yeah.
But the applicant was open to a cedar shake, to a different material.
Yeah.
So I guess we need to discuss that. Are
And
we?
here on page 4.5, slate is a distinctive material that's used commonly in historic districts. So that's another option.
Christy said that that's not appropriate for this style of architecture. But cedar shake isn't either.
I was saying
Oh.
slate.
I would ask, so when there's a question, we ask them for historic examples. So go back through the old catalogs of American small houses and find examples that may have had this.
Different material.
Usually at this time period, slate was on grander homes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good shake would have been a much more expensive
Uh,
material.
way more
Yeah,
expensive.
for sure.
And they would mostly be found in coastal conditions.
Yeah, or 1800s conditions. Yeah.
The metal would be more appropriate than the shake, honestly.
The one that he did mention was copper.
Yeah.
Which may be a nuance because you do find copper sometimes as accents on colonial revivals.
A lot of times on colonial revivals.
Sometimes more high style.
Yeah.
Sometimes on like a bay window or a dormer or
Pavilion.
a
Pavilion.
The house and the garage, and you add those two together, that's significantly bigger than the pavilion and the porch.
Right.
So it would seem to me that one could make a
That it's an accent.
roof or a copper roof or something in between the two
The
others.
visibility too, right? Like the visibility of this compared to the main house and the accessory structure you always look at. And the other thing I would say is if you're struggling, always go back to the Secretary of Interior standards and see if it fits there. Page 2.5. And if you're really struggling, I find that this is a reason to ask the applicant to bring you some information to show, he's stated a couple times that it's in the district, but where, right? Maybe show examples. And I can also pull the example from Hermitage Court that Commissioner Lineberger mentioned that had a similar situation. I can't remember if it had a metal roof or not. Possibly Ligonor as well. Ligonor is a lot great. Ligonor and Hermitage are very grand compared to this house though too.
It's Hermitage Court.
Yeah, Hermitage
It's
is
Hermitage
pretty
Court.
darn.
It wasn't Hermitage.
Court's
not grand.
Yeah.
Oh, Court's
Come
not
on.
grand.
Hermitage Court's pretty grand.
But it is, but it's a lot of craftsmen,
It was a
it's smaller craftsmen.
It was a craftsman that,
Yeah.
it was a craftsman.
Yeah.
House, yes.
I also want to address the comment on the two-story. I mean, it already had the two-story addition. So that was, done a while ago. So I mean, I feel like that cat went out of the bag a lot back then.
I'm just saying, if we pretend like dormers aren't a second story, this is basically taking that and saying, oh yeah, it was a second story, never mind.
If you look at the side elevations though, the existing side elevations, they look very much like a two-story with a gable because the dormers are so shallow.
I'm not saying it was successful. I'm just stating that if we are allowing the dormer to pretend like it's not a second story.
Got it.
Definitely better.
I mean, I think overall, to kind of wrap up from my end, the metal roof, I don't have a problem with it on the pavilion. I would ask that there be some finish approval. If it's black metal, it gets a little HGTV for me.
We look
If
and metal, we do consider color, like we do with grid, because
if
it's like.
it's hunter
base
green,
of-
it gets a little 1990s shopping strip mall to me.
Hmm.
So I think if copper's going to be brown for the next 30 years until it turns up beautiful green, but
Yeah, do that. That would be.
The
Could
sub-
I say one thing?
No,
Oh,
we're
are we
close, we're close.
Wait, where is it?
I mean, probably this period, it
Here
probably
you go.
have
Slide
been lead.
27 is showing
Lead
that
roof.
dark metal. Again.
Does
Yeah.
anybody else have any issues with the dormers on the pavilion?
I do.
I'm just having issues with the pavilion. I mean, I think I go to I don't see where it is reading from the original house. I just don't.
I don't either. I don't see the proportions, the scale, the rhythm, it just, and I'm not actually, crazy about all that stuff in terms of windows matching exactly and things like that, but I just don't see, I mean, the glass panes, I guess, are the same size, potentially.
As the
main, I think the glass panes are similar in size to the main
the window in the dormer.
But other than that, I don't, and I'm
Not at all.
I don't know. It just seems so much busier. I would almost just rather it be a whole wall of glass than to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things happening all across that elevation. I like the design but I don't see the connectivity back to the existing architecture. Old style.
I think if they got rid of the,
Don't design.
oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think I would like it better if there was more siding to tie it into the house. Like less glass on this elevation.
I think it's too busy.
It is too busy.
So-
Scale and massing.
There you go.
Yes.
Thank you for.
And I think too, that probably the fact that the dormers are actually engaged with the bump outs of the wall, it breaks the roof line. Probably makes it seem more busy.
Yeah. Well, I'm not doing this one.
And maybe as far as the scale and massing and rhythm of the elevations, kind of capturing the side elevation window, the new windows in the existing addition on the second floor, kind of capturing that rhythm in the pavilion with the dormers and reducing the number and maybe scaling them to reflect the main part of the house.
We're so close to design.
I'm talking about mass and scale and rhythm.
Yeah.
All right. We're almost there. This motion is standing in between us and a holiday.
Seriously?
Motion, but I'm not in agreement. So my motion would not be that it's too busy, it needs to be restudied. I mean, I'm okay with it the way it is. I think to me, it's can be continued for the roof, like for the roof restudy and the justification at war. So that would be the primary issue for me. Is that whole material issue.
Roof material.
Yeah.
What do
I agree.
With that, I think that the dormers aren't, I'm not going down that hill. I think they didn't have them, it would be simpler on the pavilion thing. Yeah, I could go either way.
This is so funny.
I mean, what does everyone think?
I'm in agreement with you. Keep it nice and short and on the way home.
Well, I mean, I think you make a motion and then people vote whoever makes a motion, it will.
Continue this application for a restudy of the roof material on the pavilion and the garage
addition, garage in that house that's got metal on it too, doesn't it?
The one next to it?
No, the second floor. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry. It's shingle. I
it
just can't
does.
see.
It does.
Oh,
The
it does?
back, It's like
Okay.
a little piece on the back.
Yeah. Oh, no, not the little bay bump out, the extension of the roof. Hold on. I'm sorry, my thing shut. The side of that short gable towards the driveway. Where's the driveway? Up that. I thought it looked like in the drawing to me that it had metal and there was a note and I couldn't read it. But if that's shingle, then that's fine. Cause it's,
I believe it's shingle to match the
okay,
existing.
then I'll be quiet.
Okay, so for roofs, 4.5. And let's see. Let's go ahead, 6.13, thank you. Reforming materials. And is that it? Is there anything else? It was just for the material. And that the applicant, I will add this, that the applicant provides historic examples of a material, this material to justify the use of this material in this application.
Commissioner Lineberger, don't forget about the historic window.
Oh, yes. And per standards 4.14, I think, for windows. 4.14, number 1, retain and preserve windows that contribute to the overall historic character of the building. And then number 2, repair original windows by patching, splicing, consolidating, or otherwise reinforcing. And if the applicant is looking for replacement, to provide photos, examples, proof that the windows, the existing windows are not able to be repaired.
So
Go ahead. Sorry. Can we add the applicant to provide staff with an updated analysis on the impervious area of the rear yard?
Yes, thank you.
So just,
On 8.4, number 7.
I just want to be clear. So you are continuing for the materials, not necessarily the style or context of the pavilion, right?
Not necessarily the style
Or
of the pavilion?
Yeah,
No.
okay.
No.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Lineberger. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Albred,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik, Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, no. Motion passes 7-2.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Are you going to announce?
Hmm?
Are you going to make an official announcement about the rest of the agenda?
Oh, yes. So we will hear cases 8 through 12 at next month's meeting. All right, we have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned at 6:57 PM.
Thank you.